capturing Chinese
Alright, let's load this shit.
I think that's mostly you get the snowman too. That's a lot of fun. That's coming pretty
I have no idea what Ian Connor's doing.
Also, you're going to be getting the Rajang update
Sicko.
in February. So Rajang, you know him from the older games. Stygians and Ogres.
Oh, this is.
He's showing up in early March. So
But yeah.
Rajang, early March.
That's our boy.
And of course, with Stygians and Ogre comes Safish. On the consoles, we got Stygians and Ogre first. And like a week or two went by. Actually, I don't remember how much time it was. Was it a week? Maybe it was 2 weeks. I think it was 2 weeks.
About a priest character.
Anyways, right after Stygians and Ogre, we got Safijiva. And Safijiva brought with him a new armor set and a bunch of weapons. And the weapons ended up
Calico Star, maybe?
It hardly feels like we even played with those weapons. They're already worn out. But yeah, so all the Safijiva weapons are going to pop in, and they're going to be OP. So you're going to want to farm him up when he arrives in March on the PC. So everything we have for PC news.
Oh yes, baby.
Console news. Oh my god, are you guys ready for console news?
This is what we fucking want.
He's rotating the Dracolite that you need.
I don't think anything in there is important for me.
Dracolite. Don't forget to break all his body parts.
How the fuck do I get out of here?
Head, tail, arms, forelegs, wings, back,
Right?
tummy,
Yep.
glowing chest. The chest only takes damage when he's in his critical state in stage 3. So you better off.
Let's not deal with them fuckers.
What are you doing with your life? Number 2, the Grand Appreciation Festival.
Right, my miracle vendor.
Festival, and it goes
Come to me.
on January the 23rd. So roughly a month from now, maybe a little less than a month. You've got time to get ready. There's going to be a lot of cool stuff here.
Where's Patris?
So I'm very excited for that.
Come on, Patris. Patches hates me. Crestfallen.
Maybe we'll be figuring out what's going on with those. I'm very excited for that.
Oh, hello. I will teach you miracles. A promise is a promise after all.
You know, these are always just a little extra fun thing that you get to do, but they added quite a lot of
Give me homeward.
maybe game-changing
8,000.
So like the Elder Melder rolls for the decorations, that was kind of a big
8,018.
body armor set is actually not bad. The scarf is one of the best looking pieces, most anime looking pieces of armor we have in the game, which means of course everyone's going to want a layered armor version of it. And
Face 14. 18 is not that far away. Wait, do I have enough? Can I pop enough?
So there's I would say a very good chance for that.
No.
Yeah, I would say so. So I thought that the Joy Festival was a pretty good success.
So it's a minimum of 18, right?
Because I feel like we were on kind of like a dry spell for new festival content. We finally got it. Now, like a month later, we're jumping right into the Grand Appreciation Festival.
No, I also want to see
and then a month down
the requirements for the straight sword are.
I'm just kidding. We don't actually know that. I'm just joking. Finally, for the PlayStation, the last bit of news is that all 3 parts of the Horizon Zero Dawn collaboration are available right now. Go out there and get all of the exclusive armor and the exclusive weapons.
What? You shitting me?
At a time. So if you don't do it now, you're going to be sad. And now, time to move on to the best part of the news update. It's time for leaks and speculation. So apparently, in December 6th, a Japanese source, I don't know who, posted a list of what we were going to be getting for Safijiva. He actually knew Safijiva's name somehow. He knew the Japanese version of Safijiva's name, and he knew that we would be getting weapons. Well, he also had revealed back then a number of other things that we would be getting. He said that we're not going to be getting arch-tempered monsters in the future. He said there is Fatalis in Iceborne. He said no Crimson, no White Fatalis. He said there is a Latreon in Iceborne, which is interesting because somebody contacted me in one of my live streams and said, by the way, did you know there were music files for a Latreon? I find that interesting. He said there's no A-Cantor in Iceborne. Did I say the name right? And he said there will be another huge collaboration, perhaps like the one we got.
I don't think you saw shit.
He also mentions geology in the guiding
lanes is going
to be fixed. Okay, those are all leaks. I don't know if any of them are true. If you found them interesting, great.
They probably do that.
I assume everything is false. and only believe a thing when Capcom reveals it on their website or in an announcement. Which, by the way, is very easy to look at.
Yeah, I can just fucking not waste my souls and do that later.
Alright, and that's going to be the end of my news update for Monster Hunter World.
Oh.
Do you appreciate the news? I'm gonna do a
Are you
shout-out
shitting me?
fan perspective. He's been gathering the news for a little while. He's really good at
What
it.
the fuck?
So, if you enjoyed this video, you should thank him too in the comment sections. Now that
How do I go around the other way?
Shout-out, why don't we wrap things up? I want to thank you all for watching, and
Oh my
see you guys
god.
next time.
I gotta go to Dark Root. No, this guy. I'm sorry, bro.
Come one, come all, and prepare yourself for a trio of bold flavors from Taco Bell. A taco so melty, yet crunchy.
Bro, what the fuck?
With $1 double stacked tacos on the
Why would you not
menu,
pick the
value
master
never
key?
ceases to amaze.
What's your deal on?
Whether things have just been exaggerated for the point of dramatic effect. And obviously in this case that
What
happened.
the fuck? I already have one view.
There are a lot of questions that are unanswered. There are a lot of crazy coincidences and connections that we don't normally see in these types of cases. This case has confused and haunted anyone who knows
What
about
the
it.
fuck?
Even the most logical people who are able to debunk every ounce of anything supernatural in other cases like this, they have a hard time leaving their research and unequivocally knowing what happened or having a reasonable explanation for what happened. And I really do believe to understand why the Elisa Lam case is so enormous and blew up to such crazy proportions, you have to understand where she died, which was the Cecil Hotel. So let's talk a little bit about the Cecil Hotel first. Today, it's called the Stay on Main, and it's located in downtown Los Angeles at 640 South Main Street, just steps away from LA's Skid Row. The term Skid Row, or Skid Road, originated as a way to describe the way loggers used to transport their logs to the river by sliding them down greasy skids on the streets. The logger would then wait at the bottom of the hill for transportation back up to the logging camp. Since the men sliding these logs down to the river to help construct the railroads were typically poor immigrants, and new businesses in the area would pop up to cater to their needs, like speakeasies and brothels, Skid Row became a term that law enforcement used to describe areas in the city where people with no money and nothing to do gathered and lived. The area in LA covers 50 city blocks east of downtown LA and contains one of the largest stable populations of homeless people in the United States. Los Angeles is currently in the midst of what has been called a homeless crisis, and in my opinion, it seems that the crisis is less about how many people have encountered life situations which have left them homeless, and more about how the non-homeless population of the city don't like the presence of these homeless people. Skid Row literally looks like a neighborhood filled with tents, garnished by barbecue grills and bicycles. They're supposed to disassemble their tents during the day, but the city has a hard time enforcing this policy. And if you guys have been following me on social media, like Instagram or Twitter, you would know that I went to Los Angeles a couple of weeks ago, and I saw for myself the state of the homeless population in the city. Essentially, what happens is these people have no place to live, right? So they have to live in tents, or basically whatever structure that they can find. They'll erect their tents at night so they have a place to sleep, but the city of Los Angeles expects that by the time the sun rises, they should disassemble their homes, basically, and move on or just disappear and not be seen during the day so it doesn't bother the tourists or the pedestrians who are walking. They're not trying to walk around tents. It's just really bad situation. I get why the city would want the tents just hanging out in the streets, but I also understand how difficult it is for somebody who faces these circumstances to have to basically pick up their entire life every morning and then just wander into the sun. Historically, it seems like the way the LAPD and the city's politicians have handled the people of Skid Row is to arrest them and try to chase them off. But they have nowhere to go, so when the dust is settled, they after the Great
Alright, the
Depression,
Lord
outlaws
vessel,
and
blah blah
influx
blah
of
blah.
men headed west to try and improve their circumstances, and many of them ended up on Skid Row. Slowly, the area turned into a place that a self-respecting businessman would not feel safe venturing into, and as a result, the Cecil changed as well. It stayed a hotel, but they could no longer charge luxury rates. In order to keep the doors open, they had to basically open the doors to anyone who could afford to pay the very low nightly rate they'd been forced to charge. Instead of well-dressed businessmen lounging in the lobby and sipping martinis at the bar, prostitutes, drug addicts, and criminals called the Cecil their home. But what the Cecil is most famous for nowadays is being the place that American Horror
No
Story
shit,
used as
Sherlock.
inspiration for the hotel in the season aptly named American Horror Story Hotel. The reason the Cecil was featured on American Horror Story was because this wasn't just a hotel that
Kind of one of the attempts at it.
being built in the wrong. It seemed like this hotel had a long
Why not?
history of strange deaths happening inside of it.
Everything is late. No. 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 Rip. Alright, I tried. Wait till I come back with my Stora's straight sword. Shove it down his throat.
In October of 1954, a 55-year-old woman named Helen Gurney from San Francisco jumped out of her 7th floor window and landed on the hotel's marquee. She had been checked in under a fake name as well. In February of 1962, a 50-year-old Julia Frances Moore jumped from a window of her 8th floor room. And later that year, in October of 1962, 27-year-old Pauline Otten jumped out of the window of her room at the Cecil Hotel after having an argument with her husband. She jumped from the 9th floor, and she landed on a man who was walking by the hotel. They both died on impact. In December of 1975, a woman who to this day is still unidentified jumped from the window of her 12th floor room after staying at the Cecil Hotel for 4 days. And it's not just the high occurrences of people taking their own lives. There was murders and other strange occurrences there as well. On June 8, 1964, a 79-year-old retired telemarketer named Goldie Osgood was attacked, beaten, and assaulted before being stabbed to death in her room at the Cecil. People who knew her called her Pigeon, and she was given this nickname because she was well known in the area for feeding the pigeons in nearby Pershing Square. Hours later, a man was seen walking through Pershing Square in blood-stained clothing and was arrested for her murder. But he was later cleared and released, and her violent murder remains unsolved to this day. And in the 1980s, while in the midst of a killing spree, Richard Ramirez, known as the Night Stalker, lived at the Cecil Hotel before he was caught in 1985. There are reports that he would return to the hotel after killing his victims, strip off his blood-stained clothes by the dumpster, toss them in, and then walk into the lobby in his underwear, or sometimes completely naked. When you read about this portion of the story, Richard Ramirez stripping off his clothes, throwing them into the dumpster,
my chalice.
walking into the lobby in his
Fucks that up, bro.
It's literally explained like this. The Cecil Hotel in the 80s was such a chaotic shit show, essentially, that nobody even raised an eyebrow. Nobody thought that him walking into the hotel naked was strange at all. And that gives you an idea of how far the Cecil Hotel fell from this marble and alabaster oasis to a place where you would literally see people just overdose in the hallways. And serial killers could just walk through the lobby naked without anybody questioning it, or even looking up from their
miracle thing?
At that time. In 1991, an Austrian journalist named Jack Unterweger checked into the Cecil, allegedly working on a story about crime in LA. He used his credentials to get in with the LAPD and to join them on ride-alongs, which he used as scouting missions. Turns out Jack Unterweger, he was a little bit of a disturbed guy, and this is a little detour from the story of Elisa Lam and the Cecil, but it is true crime related and it's super interesting, so just
what the fuck? Yeah, we finna get cleric, we gotta get that scythe.
He went to prison for strangling a German with his own bra. Well, he was a great prisoner. He was a model prisoner. Now keep in mind, guys, he was a model prisoner, but he strangled a woman with her own bra.
W for boosting you.
To life in prison.
What do you mean?
While he's in prison, he becomes like this.
Elaborate, please.
And he writes
Thank you for boosting me.
books and an autobiography that is later turned into a movie. The European Arts Committee got behind him and started petitioning for his.
Gotta play Dark Souls though. That's a shit too.
Prison after strangling a woman with her own bra. And apparently, the arts community in Europe at that time had some pull because he did get released after serving only 15 years of a life.
Alright, my chalice better be up here.
He didn't just get released, like, good luck out there. His new popularity got him a new job, a television host.
There we go.
Okay, so let's recap really quick, right? Murderer, life in prison.
Whoa.
The arts community is like, no, he's a good guy, Released after 15 years of a life sentence. Now he's got a fancy new job, he's a television host, he's a journalist, and within a year, he's back out on the streets again, strangling women with their own bras. Are any of us really surprised by this? Really? I mean, probably the European arts community was surprised, like, oh man, bad call, but nobody logically could be surprised that this man would go on to kill again after being released from prison. So Jack comes to LA, he's pretending he's a journalist, and he's doing a story on the Cecil Hotel, and he gets in good with LAPD, he's doing ride-alongs with them, and during his stay at the Cecil Hotel, he took 3 women's lives. And there's a whole big story behind Jack Unterweger, and if you guys want me to do a video on him, I would love to, because it's such an interesting story, so let me know in the comments, or maybe I'll put a poll up. Let me know if you want me to do a video on Jack Unterweger. It might be a nice addition to our serial killers segment, but let's move on. And without fail, whenever you hear a story about the Cecil Hotel, you will hear, without fail, that Elizabeth Short, the Black Dahlia, stayed there in the days before she was killed. And I am here to tell you that there's absolutely no proof or evidence that
Die, scum. Like American Psycho. Die, yuppie scum. Ooh. Boom.
Talk about creepy things or haunted hotels. Without fail, the Black Dahlia is going to
When to become a human.
intertwined with the story, but there's absolutely no proof that ever happened. And this is the kind of journalism and reporting that drives me crazy, because I hate when people report these fabrications as fact. And almost everything I read online about the Cecil Hotel does find a way to weave the Black Dahlia in there, because it gives it
Go straight fucking ahead.
kind of haunted, spooky vibe. And I understand why they do it, but I'm here to set the record straight. No proof, no evidence.
That's that shit over there.
So now we come to Elisa Lam, a 21-year-old college student from
Where's the other hidden
Canada,
shit?
who decided to go on a solo trip
There we go.
in January of 2013. Her first stop had
Let's
been
get
in
it.
San Diego, and then she was going to head on to LA and then Santa Cruz. But unfortunately, Elisa would never.
Can't believe I didn't take the fucking master
A few
key.
days into her stay in Los Angeles,
That's
she
ridiculous.
and weeks later, her body was found in a water tank on the roof of the Cecil Hotel. How did this happen? As always, to understand what happened at the end, we have to go back to the beginning. Elisa arrived in LA on January 26th, and this same day she made online reservations at the Cecil Hotel. She made a reservation for 3 nights
Fireland.
to check in on January 28th and to check out on January 31st. Now I looked around online everywhere, and I can find no answer to this, so if any of you know more about this case or have an answer to this, please let me know. Where did Elisa stay between her arrival in LA on January 26th and the day she checked into the Cecil on January 28th? I talked to John Lordick about it, and he said, nobody really knows. It may be in the police documents. They may know. They probably do. Well, we're talking about the LAPD here, and we're going to give
fuck, how do I...
LAPD's role in this. So they're not letting anybody else know. They're not releasing that information. Many people have used the Freedom of Information Act to request the Elisa Lam.
No.
And as far as I know,
Thank you.
nobody's ever gotten it. So Lisa
I
was
have.
very
So what
active
would
online.
that?
She was very active on websites like
Yeah.
Blogspot and Tumblr. And
Now
her social media accounts appear to remain as is. They haven't been taken down. They haven't been edited. They are as they were on the day she died.
Thorland,
So you
huh?
can look through her thoughts and feelings. And on Tumblr, I found
What?
a post where she says this.
It's fucking
I have arrived in La La Land, and there is a monstrosity
I think that's
of a building
shittier.
next to the place I'm staying. When I say monstrosity, mind you, I am saying as
Seek
body.
guidance.
But then again, it was built in 1928. Hence, the Art Deco theme.
You got a
Come
copy.
again.
Classy, but then since it's LA, it went on crack. Fairly certain this is where Baz Luhrmann needs to film The Great Gatsby. Tumblr, unfortunately, has no dates attached to posts, which is really stupid in my opinion. Just another reason why Tumblr is really stupid. But we can assume that she's referring to the Cecil Hotel. She talks about this monstrosity of a building that was decorated in the Art Deco style. She said it was gaudy, that it was built in 1928, that it had the gaudy Art Deco theme, and this sounds a lot like the Cecil Hotel. So using that information, we can only guess that she must have been staying in those 2 days someplace close to the Cecil, in a close enough proximity where she could either see the Cecil Hotel from the window of her
No, it needs to be on the other
or
side,
she was walking by it on a regular basis.
I think.
And maybe that's what prompted her to get online and make reservations at the Cecil Hotel, being interested in how it looked and wanting to see it on the inside.
No,
Maybe
I think he
after
fucking
seeing
that
the
up.
Cecil Hotel and writing about it online, she did some research on the Cecil Hotel and found
Come
out that
on.
it had this kind of creepy history. And maybe she kind of wanted to see for herself if the stories about it being haunted was true. So I went on Google Earth, and as far as I can tell, there's no hotels directly next to the Cecil. There seemed to be a building right next door to the Cecil that had a pool on its rooftop, but when I looked around it using Google Earth, I couldn't find any signage that said it was a hotel, so it might be an apartment building now. Who knows? When I went to LA, I did go to
How
the
do I
Cecil
get to
Hotel,
the...
but I completely forgot.
How do I get to the
to
fucking
walk
loop?
around and check to see if there was hotels within walking distance. That would have been a good thing to do. But just giving you the information, the closest hotel looks like it's the Baltimore Hotel, which would be about a 3-minute walk away. Regardless, I wish I knew. I think the police do know. Hopefully one day we'll find out. So Lisa checked in to the Cecil Hotel on the 28th, and initially she was assigned to a hostel-style shared room with 3 other people on the 5th floor. But 2 days later, she was moved to a private room still on the 5th floor. Her roommates had cited odd behavior as the reason for her move. And that's the only way I've ever heard her behavior described by anyone in those 2 days. There's no interviews with these roommates, no specific things that she said or did, which I personally find odd. Because it doesn't appear that these people that she shared a room with were ever interviewed by police or the press. This was a big case when it broke, and you'd think that the last people who had seen her and who had literally lived with her for 2 days before she disappeared and ended up in the water tank on top of the hotel, they would have been spoken to. The press would have tracked them down at least. Maybe they were long gone by the time her body was found weeks later. Maybe nobody could track them down, but you would think that the police would get the hotel's logbooks and find out who had stayed in the room with her and maybe track them down even if they had traveled to a different country and ask them specifically what it was about Elisa's behavior that was odd.
Yeah, you go right to the corner of the damn graveyard.
But we don't know.
Yeah, it puts you right.
Was a young girl, and of course her parents were worried about her traveling alone, especially in a different country. But she insisted to them that this was the way it needed to be.
It was farther
She was
back.
a girl who was always searching for something: self-awareness, human connection, answers to all those tough
I think right
and
there.
questions we have that sometimes
That
keep us
might
up
be
at
it.
night. But browsing through her social media, something else stands out. It seems Elisa Lam was struggling with some kind of mental illness. On August 8th of 2010, she wrote in her blog, "I've been having headaches for the past 2 days, and my vision shakes when I stand. I'm not sure if it's vertigo, but I definitely do not feel stable even when sitting. It also gets hard to focus at times.
I was right, son of a taser. I forgot Framp is in here. Wait, hold up. Son of a damn taser. Skirt up this thing. Then there's a dead body. No! That's fucking baloney. You hear that fucking whatever the fuck your pater parking meter, you got that? I kinda look like you, I'm kinda fat and wearing all these raggedy robes. Are you shitting me? Oh my god. There we go. Is there any other way to... Morningstar Talisman. Alright, I'll stick with that, I guess. This maze bullshit. Does it like tack way faster? Before I do all these suicide runs.
At times, I can't seem to process the whole scene, almost like tunnel vision on a handheld camera. And in April of 2012, she wrote, I spent about 2 days in bed.
I don't like give a fuck about any other stats.
I believe the biggest reason why I
other than that homeward.
Running in my last year of high school.
Homeward bound.
At that point, I was on the cross country and track and field team. Mind you, I
alright.
wasn't a very good runner, but I did it.
Way of white, fat.
Where
are you at?
And throughout that same month, she
Oh, I will teach
her
you.
struggle with her depression,
Pictures.
and her life in general. I feel I am wasting my time compared to my fellow peers.
Whoa.
I had a relapse at the start of
Are you fucking shitting me? Bro, suck a chode. Suck a chode. That ain't fair.
I'm a bit defeated because I have far too much free time and no one to spend it with. I'm very disappointed in myself for breaking down during the term, forcing me to withdraw from courses.
What if he's a mad hostel?
I've only managed to complete 3 courses. That means I've been a first-year student for 3 years.
Oh,
I
miracle?
feel so utterly directionless and lost. It's likely that this trip to California was a girl who felt so
Come
very
again.
directionless
The
and
effectiveness.
lost to find direction or to stimulate the creativity she wanted so badly. She loved fashion and posted
Faith 14.
about it on Tumblr, but she also was down on herself for not being able
Purchase
to finish
item.
this passion and do
Faith.
anything more with it than talk about it on social media.
To
She
get
went
that to
between
18.
feeling very alone and wanting
Come again.
She says that she has so much free time and no one to spend it with, but later she would write that being around a lot of people was exhausting. Before she left for California, it seems she had a party with her friends and family to come and say goodbye to her and wish her luck. She wrote online, I had a catch-up reunion with high school/elementary people and a sort of bon voyage soiree. And I'm fatigued, exhausted, in recovery for throwing it and just seeing so many people and doing so many stupid, idiotic things in the last 4 days. But I am very full of, I suppose the term would be, as Dumbledore says, love. Because last night was evidence that I do have amazing, beautiful things in my life. And even though everyone is busy and off doing great things, they do care about me. I'm not a professional, depressed person. I am so much more than that. And these people are reminders that I am very lucky. Life is long and difficult, and people will always be stupid and complain. But it's worth it as long as you have special moments. There will be lots of these moments in the future and have been a lot in the past. So what if everything is shit and all the plans have gone to hell? If I ask for help, someone might be willing to spare a hand. And this is textbook introvert behavior and thought process. We enjoy being with others. We appreciate that others want to be with us, but we don't like huge social gatherings, and we really hate small talk too. It physically and mentally drains us, and we have to retreat to a quiet and more peaceful place to recharge. An introvert is given life and energy in those quiet moments where they're able to be creative and write or read or reflect on things. But society is often telling us that being alone is weird and it makes us reclusive, and that we should want to be with people and we should want to socialize with as many people as possible, because normal humans love social interaction. We're social beings. It causes those of us who prefer to stay at home and be alone or just with a small group of people like our immediate family to feel like we're doing something wrong. And it makes us feel like we should make more of an effort to step outside of our box and do the things that society is saying we should be doing until we actually do them, and then we're like, screw that. I don't care if society thinks I'm weird. I'm going back to my house and watching Netflix. And it's honestly very sad because Elisa Lam was a girl that I could understand, and I think a lot of us could understand. And in going through her social media very extensively, I began to feel connected to her. I began to feel like I wanted to reach out to her and give her a hug. And then I remembered I couldn't because she's no longer with us. Elisa had been diagnosed with bipolar depression, and it didn't seem like it was something she was coping with well, especially after graduating from high school and starting college. And she says, life is long and difficult, and people will always be stupid and complain, but it's worth it as long as you have special moments. There will be lots of these moments in the future. Elisa didn't realize just how short of a time she had left to create and experience these special moments. For Elisa, life would not be long. Because her parents were on the fence about her traveling alone, Elisa promised to call home every day, several times a day. She'd be in constant contact, and she'd update them on what she was doing and what she was seeing. And she did, until the day of January 31st. A couple of people saw Elisa that day. Katie Orphan, the manager of a store called The Last Bookstore around the corner from the Cecil Hotel, saw and spoke to Elisa on the 31st. Elisa was buying books and records for her family and friends back home, and she chatted with Katie about if her purchases were going to be too much or too heavy to walk around with. Katie said she was lively, happy, and friendly, and she seemed fully intent on going home to give these things to her family. When Elisa's parents still hadn't heard from her and a couple days had passed, they contacted the Vancouver police, who directed them to the LAPD. Then Elisa's parents got on a plane and flew to LA to aid the police in searching for their daughter. 6 days after Elisa is last seen, the LAPD gives a press conference to the public.
Yesterday, we were made aware of robbery homicide of missing persons case, Elisa Lam. She was last seen on the 31st at the Cecil Hotel at 640 South Main Street. She's Canadian citizen, and the reason that we're investigating this as robbery homicide is because we're in connection with Interpol on a regular basis, and any case that involves foreign nationals usually comes to us. So right now we're asking your help. We have a photo. Parents are here. They've flown down from Vancouver, and we're seeking to get this photo out so we can find Elisa. Again, she's been missing since the 31st, and she was down in Los Angeles in our area just basically for leisure, for travel. And we're continuing the investigation now, and we're looking for your help. So with that, that's pretty much all I have as far as details on the case. If you have any questions, I can entertain them now. She was in contact with her parents daily, her family, up until the 31st. So it's been 6 days now. And as far as suspicious circumstances, nothing other than that, but there's been no communication at all. And that's worried us and worried the family, so we're proceeding with the investigation on that.
So the LAPD, the day after they're alerted that Elisa is missing, they give this press conference. They show her picture. They ask for help in finding her or keeping a lookout for her. They ask for people to come forward if they've seen her. He says that she was staying at the hotel, she never checked out, and they were in the process of looking through hotel surveillance footage. A reporter asks the question, do you think anybody told her about the Cecil Hotel or warned her about where she was staying? And the police respond, no, we have no reason to believe that she was concerned about where she was staying at all.
I don't know if anybody warned her or talked to her about where she was staying there alone as a woman in obscure area.
No, I don't believe she had any idea that that might be a location to be concerned about.
The hotel staff, who also saw Elisa the day she went missing and in the days leading up to January 31st, they said she was acting completely normal. She wasn't acting odd. She wasn't doing anything out of the ordinary. But they said that she was always alone. They never saw her in the company of anybody else. Next would come the most puzzling piece of the Elisa Lam mystery. The one that still haunts most of us.
Things are getting treacherous as if a horrible goat demon has moved about. There's that humongous threat, and if you stick around this place...
Yeah,
I'm not here to judge. We talk business.
Even though the picture that they put up
I'm not
on
going
the
to...
news and the picture they were showing people that her family had given them was a much better likeness of her. The surveillance footage is grainy, not a great picture. You don't really see the features of her face. So even though the police say that's why they released it, I'm not sure. But in this surveillance footage, Elisa's acting very strange. So you can see that the doors to the elevator are opening. She's getting on. She's going to get really close to the buttons, and then she's going to push all of the buttons in the middle row. Now she's going to stand there and she's going to wait for the elevator door to close, but when it doesn't close, she's going to get confused. She's going to creep to the door of the elevator and look out, almost as if she's hoping to catch somebody in the act. But her body language is playful. Some people think she was afraid. The way she hides next to the elevator buttons, as if she thinks she's being followed or if she's running from somebody. She's going to slowly creep out of the elevator. She's going to do this little hop thing in a moment. Like I said, it's as if she's playing hide and seek with a child. She's trying to catch somebody who she thinks may be outside of the elevator, holding the button, keeping the elevator door open. She's standing just outside of the elevator now. She's out of frame for a little bit, but then you can see her pop back into frame, and her arm hanging loosely by her side. What is she doing out here? She's lifting her hands to her head, almost as if to say, what is going on? She's out here for quite a while. Is she talking to someone? Is she looking for someone? Does she see someone down the hall who's behind her? Now she's going to walk back in, holding the elevator doors as if she's losing her balance. She's going to push the buttons on the elevator again, hoping to make the elevator door close. In my opinion, she appears to be just as confused about what is happening as we are. She's going to go and stand outside of strange. They look long, almost non-human. The things she's doing with her hands look strange. Then all of a sudden she starts counting on her fingers. What's she doing with her hands? Why do they look so abnormally long? After standing outside of the elevator for a bit and starting to have a conversation with someone or herself, Elisa Lam walks away. Elevator. Did she think the elevator was broken? Did she see somebody who was beckoning to her and asking her to come with them? We don't know. Either way, this was the last time that Elisa Lam would ever be seen alive. On the news, they described her behavior as bizarre and said that she was acting erratically, and that the police had been in the possession of this footage for some time, but they were now making it available to the public because they'd reached a standstill in the investigation. Of course, this video went viral, with everybody speculating about what the heck she was doing in that elevator. Was she drunk? Was she on some sort of hallucinogenic drug? Was she being threatened by somebody else outside of the elevator? Was she being followed? There are so many theories about what she was doing in that elevator, which we will get to in the theories section of this video. But at this point, she's still missing. Nobody knows where she is. There's no clues. There's no leads. And the surveillance footage shows that her night may not have been going normally when she disappeared.
The doorman, huh?
It is stated that the LAPD conducted an exhaustive and extensive search of the Hotel Cecil. Extensive and exhaustive. Remember those words. They said they did this extensive and exhaustive search of the hotel's roof, over the course of several days starting on February 5th. They set up a command post in the lobby of the hotel, and different teams of police officers went through the hotel with a hotel employee that had a key card and checked rooms. They said they searched every nook and cranny. After this, a second search of the hotel was done using canine units, but there was still no sign of Elisa Lam. So I'm just going to interject here really. I don't know what the LAPD considered to be an extensive and exhaustive search, but they single room. They went with a hotel employee who had a key card, and they knocked on the doors of people's rooms, but they asked if they could look inside, and if the people said, no, you can't come inside and look, the police couldn't do it or wouldn't do it, even though I feel like they probably could have. They probably only need to go to a judge and say, hey, this girl disappeared here at this hotel. She may be in somebody's room. We need a warrant to search every single room of the Cecil Hotel. All 600. They probably could have done that, but that would have been a lot of work for the LAPD, probably. So they did not check every room. And we know they probably didn't check every nook and cranny of the roof either, because while they were doing their extensive and exhaustive search on the roof, she was in the water tank, right there on the roof, and they never looked. They put up posters of her face all over LA. Her parents stayed in LA to get the awareness out and get the word out that their daughter was missing, but none of these things led to her discovery. It would be an ironic and random complaint about water pressure from a guest of the Hotel Cecil that would lead to the discovery of her body weeks later. On February 19th, some hotel guests called the front desk and complained that the water pressure was really weak and there's a strange odor coming from the tap water. Santiago Lopez, a member of the maintenance team at the hotel, headed up to the roof where the hotel's water was supplied by 4 water tanks. He climbed up the ladder to check them out, and that's when he discovered that the main water tank's hatch was open. He looked inside and saw a woman floating on her back about 12 inches from the top of the tank. It was Elisa Lam, and LAPD was immediately notified. The fire department had to come and drain the tank completely before cutting a section out of the side so it could remove her body. She was completely naked, and in the tank with her they found the clothes she'd been wearing in that elevator video. 1 pair of black shorts sized men's medium. 1 green shirt labeled JJM with a logo on the back that said Alexander Keith India Pale Ale, sized large. 1 pair of Calvin Klein black lace underwear, sized small. A pair of black polka dotted sandals. A red American Apparel zip-up hoodie, sized extra small. Her watch and room key card were also found in the tank. Okay, so that's a lot of information. Let's unpack it quickly. The Cecil is a 15-story building that's shaped like an E with 3 separate wings that are connected. On the roof, there are 4 1,000-gallon water tanks that supply the hotel with water using a gravity-operated system. Each tank is approximately 10 feet high and 6 feet in diameter, and they're located on a 4-foot platform. So these are huge water tanks, and in order to access them, you'd have to get on to the roof of the hotel, which is a restricted area to hotel guests. Somehow climb up this 4-foot platform, find this ladder that's located in between all of the 4 tanks, and so you're going through like pipes and tubes and all the stuff that's connected to the water tanks in order to get in between all 4 and find the ladder that allows you to climb up there. By watching the news. And the Hotel Cecil continued to take reservations for people to check in. Some of these people who checked in after the fact, after the discovery of the body, claimed, allegedly, that the hotel never even notified them that there was an issue with the water supply and not to drink it. Now, the hotel claims that they did tell people that they said, yeah, we can still take your reservation, but you won't be able to use the water or, drink the water for a while. We'll provide you with bottled water. But who knows what the truth is? Who knows? Why would a 21-year-old girl traveling alone go to the roof of a hotel that she's not allowed to be at and jump into a water tank? It seemed initially that everyone thought she'd been put there and there was foul play involved. But then the autopsy was done and her death was ruled to be an accidental drowning, with her bipolar disorder being a contributing factor. Now, I posted a picture of the autopsy results on my Patreon, and I asked my patrons, what does a crime look like? That's all I said. Most of them figured it out right away. So you can see that initially, the cause of death was checked off as unknown. Could not be determined was checked, but then it was crossed off, and accidental was checked. In the autopsy, it also showed that all articles of clothing had some sand-like particulate present on the fabric. There was no evidence of internal or external injuries, and she was described as thin, according to 22,000
and engaged. Of course we are not, but I am a
done on her
warrior of
and
the
put to
sun.
evidence. But as far as we know, that kid has never been processed and sits in a backlog at the LAPD crime lab. Now, this is not necessarily saying anything wrong about the LAPD crime lab, and we covered this a lot when we talked about the Crystal Worthington case from Cape Cod. I think that this is the state of many crime labs across the nation. You have so many samples being done, and I don't know if it's just the time that it takes to process them, or a lack of resources, or a lack of people who are qualified to do the testing, but a lot of these samples just sit in storage and never get tested, which I think is a big problem that should be addressed more on a federal level, because this is happening all over the country. And when it comes to rape kits and things like that, you potentially have the DNA of somebody who's just a predator out there attacking people in your storage, and you could find out who that is, and you could catch him and take him off the streets and make sure he's not doing that to anybody else. But instead, they just sit there under lock and key. And it doesn't make sense why. So the opinion section of page 10 of the autopsy essentially states that there was no evidence of trauma. Toxicology report shows no acute alcohol or drug intoxication. She had a history of bipolar disorder and depression that she was prescribed medication for, and her blood was checked for the presence of these medications. But apparently, there wasn't enough blood available to them to check for the quantity. Investigation determined no foul play and no intention of self-harm, just a simple accidental drowning. A lot of people say that there's no way Elisa could have gotten onto the roof of the Cecil Hotel and into that water tank by herself. The hotel claims that there's only 4 ways to gain access to the roof, which is a clearly legal restricted area. There's a door which leads from the 14th floor of the hotel to the roof, and that's always locked and alarmed, allegedly. Only a member of the maintenance team at that hotel would have a key that would unlock that door and the ability to disarm the alarm. Allegedly, according to the Cecil Hotel, when the alarm goes off, it's loud enough to be heard on the 14th and the 15th floors. And the front desk has an additional alarm that when that alarm at the 14th floor door goes off, it alerts the front desk using an alarm connected there. According to the hotel's own words, this alarm was not activated at all during the months of January 2013 and February 2013. So if you believe what the hotel is saying, that the door's locked and alarmed and the alarm did not go off while she was staying there, there would be no way that she could have gained access to the roof through that door, leaving only the 3 exterior fire escapes located on the sides of the hotel that run the entire length of the building. Now this is some footage from Google Earth. You can see that these fire escapes are the old-fashioned kind. They're actually stairs that run up from the ground all the way to the final floor, and then you would have to climb up a ladder fastened to the side of the building to get the rest of the way up to the roof. Once on the roof, she would have had to have located the ladder between the tanks, go up that and get on top of the tank, open the hatch, and jump in. Why would she do that? According to the toxicology report, she wasn't drunk, she wasn't using any hallucinogenic drugs. What would motivate her to jump through so many hoops, climbing up a fire escape, climbing up a ladder, finding another ladder, climbing up that ladder, opening a hatch on the top of the water tank, and going for a swim in the water tank? Why? Who makes the decision to go swimming in a water tank on the roof of a hotel? And if you believe what the autopsy is saying, that it was accidental, that's really the only reason that she would go up into that water tank and jump in and accidentally drown. She had made the conscious effort to get in the water tank of her own accord. Now there's a lot of misinformation online saying that the water tanks are covered by these heavy lids, and that's true. But these sources online say that there's no way she could have moved that heavy lid and gotten into the water tank and then pulled the heavy lid back over her, which is also true. I do believe that. But she didn't need to remove that huge, 6-foot, metal lid in order to get into the water tank. There's a hatch, a little door built into the water tank, the lid of the water tank, that she opened and then she could jump in. And it was, probably not a big opening, probably like this big, but she could have fit through it. And when she was found, this door to the little hatch on top of the water tank was open, which is why when the maintenance man came up to the roof to check specifically on the water tanks, he checked that water tank first because the hatch was open. The tank was said to have been about 1/2 to 1/3 of the way full, which is why, after she jumped into the tank, allegedly, if she did jump into the tank, she wouldn't have been able to reach back up and close that hatch door because the water level was too low. That's probably why she wouldn't have been able to get out of the water tank as well. But my question is, if the police claim to have extensively and exhaustively searched every nook and cranny of this hotel and its roof, why did they not notice that the hatch door was open on the water tank? Allegedly, according to reports, the police claimed that when they searched the roof, they didn't go anywhere near the water tanks. That's why they didn't see the door was open. Which leads me to point out, LAPD, that's not every nook and cranny, not by far. It's believed that the water tanks were too high, being on that 4-foot platform, for the police to have been able to see the water tank door opened from their place on the roof. I'm not sure if that's true. I wish I could get up to the Cecil Hotel's roof and open the water tank hatch and then stand on the roof part and see if I could see it. Another reason might be that the door to the hatch on top of the water tank wasn't left open. And since a hotel employee discovered her body, he said it was open, or the hotel told him to say that it was left open. So it looked as if she'd gotten in on her own, because if that little hatch had been closed, it would have been clear that there'd been another party involved. So I'm just saying that's a possibility, that's speculation of why the police may not have seen the hatch door open from their position on the roof, because maybe it had been closed, and then the hotel just fabricated the story of it being open to make it look as if it was more of an accident than anything else. But once again, that's just my opinion, just my speculation, just my conspiracy. Don't come for me. Then there's a question of the sand-like particulate found in most of her clothing. When she was found, she was naked, and most of her clothes were found in the tank with her. Some people believe she undressed herself in the tank due to hypothermia, and this is very similar to the Kanika Jenkins case when she was in the freezer, and it looked as if her clothes were on display. People believe that she was taking off her own clothes. I think it's called paradoxical undress, help you with the hypothermia more. However, I don't agree with this. LA, it can get really cold at night, and you know, in January and February, I assume it would be getting colder at night, but I don't know if it would have been cold enough in that tank to cause hypothermia. My theory is it's more likely that if she went into the tank when she was still alive, she would have tried to remove her clothing while she was trying to stay afloat, knowing it was weighing her down. So as her clothing got wet and it gets heavier and it gets wet, she probably took it off so that she could stay afloat for longer, hoping that help would come or hoping that she'd figure out a way out of this tank. But everything together, the weird elevator video, the difficulty of getting up onto the roof and into these water tanks, the inconsistencies in the autopsy, and how even though there seems to be evidence and leads that haven't been investigated yet, with very little follow-up from the LAPD, they have ruled her death an accidental death, and they've left it at that. So let's talk about some possible theories. Okay, so theory number one is that she was murdered, whether it be by someone she knew, a hotel guest, or a hotel employee. People believe she was murdered. Many internet detectives have made claims that there are multiple registered sex offenders living full-time at the Cecil Hotel. Personally, I could not find any evidence that led to such conclusions, but at the time of her death, there were 100 full-time residents living at the Cecil Hotel. Some believe it was an employee of the hotel, someone who was able to gain roof access and brought her up there with him or her. The fact that her clothes had this sandy-like particle or substance on them suggested that they'd been off of her before she went into the tank. A sand-like substance like that particulate was found on the floor of the roof. So it's hard because I said the floor of the roof, but there's no ceiling over the roof, and roof and floor are such opposing ideas, but the top of the roof where your feet would walk. So if her clothes had been taken off and placed on the roof, they would have had to have been thrown in after her, after she went into the tank. So basically, the theory that she might have taken her clothes off while she was in the tank would only work if she had taken her clothes off and rubbed them all over the roof and then put them back on, or if she had rolled around on the roof, I guess, while she was still dressed before getting into the water tank. Theory number two suggests that Elisa wasn't taking her meds as prescribed, and this caused her to have some sort of psychotic break, which made her act strangely in the elevator and do something seemingly without any reason, like going up to the roof of a hotel and jumping into a water tank. Once she was in there, she would have realized that there was no way to get back out. She couldn't reach the entrance to the water tank that she'd come through, and she would have called for help, hoping somebody would hear her and get her out. But there was nobody around to hear her, and eventually she got too tired to continue swimming. After her death, Elisa's parents filed a wrongful death suit against the Cecil Hotel, and it seems to be that they believed Elisa was off her meds and went in there on her own. However, they believed the hotel was responsible for not protecting its residents. There were no cameras on the 14th floor hallway to show if there was anyone following Elisa while she was in the elevator. There were no cameras on the roof. The door to the roof was allegedly not locked, but alarmed, and the water tanks were not locked either, making it easy for someone to fall into them. A judge dismissed this suit, finding in favor of the Cecil Hotel. Apparently, they had done all they could to make it clear that hotel guests were not allowed to be on the roof. However, I would like to point out, in these court documents, the head of the maintenance department, who is said to have worked there for over 30 years, claims that he does a weekly inspection of the roof and the water tanks. But at the same time, he says he has no knowledge that any hotel guests have ever been on the roof. Number one, if you went up there weekly and you checked out the roof and the water tanks, you would have noticed that the door, the hatch door, was open on one of the water tanks. And Elisa may have still been alive, or maybe she would have been found long before 3 weeks after going missing. Secondly, there's graffiti all over that roof, including on the water tanks. And this graffiti is dated. the only way that graffiti would get onto the roof and the water tank is if people were going up there who shouldn't be up there. So I have a hard time believing that the Cecil Hotel had no idea that some of their guests would go up to the roof. In fact,
that's fucking unfortunate.
Come forward saying that while they stayed at the Cecil Hotel, they used to go up to the
Alright, all y'all finna die.
do graffiti. It was like a hangout spot. Additionally, since the death of Elisa Lam, many people have gone and stayed at the Cecil Hotel and showed with video proof how easy it really was to get up to the roof.
No rolling
However,
boys.
this seems to be the theory that most people who don't spend a ton of time looking into the case and all of its details.
Fat boys.
A psychiatrist from Columbia University claimed that based on the video, Elisa appears to be having a psychotic episode. He says she seems paranoid, preoccupied, as if she's looking for someone. The way she presses all those buttons in the middle row and the bizarre hand movements, those are all hallmark signs of someone who is going through a psychotic episode. The medicines she was prescribed, if taken incorrectly, could have caused such an episode. In the toxicology
Not
report,
again.
you can see that it looked as if Elisa only took one of her antidepressants that day. Her second antidepressant and her mood stabilizer had been taken recently, but not that day. And the antipsychotic that she was supposed to be taking, she hadn't taken that recently at all. All of her medications that she'd been prescribed were designed to work in harmony, but if she omitted one, or took too much of one, or too little of one, it could throw her whole body and brain chemistry off. That could have caused the odd behavior her roommates were talking about and her bizarre behavior in the elevator. Then there are the theories that don't answer any questions, they just make more. Theory number 3 centers around the Lam-Eliza TB test.
Give it
On
here.
February 21st, 2013, the LA Times reported the biggest outbreak of TB in Los Angeles in over a decade, and the disease seemed to have focused itself on Skid Row, right around the corner from the Cecil Hotel. Besides the fact that this seems to have happened within days of her body being found, what does it have to do with Elisa? Well, apparently the testing kit used to test the urine of someone to determine if they have TB is called Lam-Elisa. No joke, spelled the same way in everything. And get this, the company who produces these urine tests, My Biosource, was founded in 2006 in Vancouver, the same place Elisa went to school. Some people thought that this was too much of a coincidence, and I have to admit, it's creepy. Some thought maybe she was sent there to LA to infect the homeless population there with TB. They were becoming such a problem for the city, maybe there was somebody who had an interest in seeing their populations reduced. Others thought her death was a plant, so the TB outbreak would go overlooked. This way, if anybody Googled Lam-Elisa, like the testing kit for TB, it would pop up with Elisa Lam's death, not the TB outbreak on Skid Row. Some people say her death was faked and she was still alive. They just faked her death in order to cover up this tuberculosis spreading through Skid Row in LA, and she's still alive out there somewhere. And people point to her Tumblr account as proof of this. As an older person and someone who doesn't use Tumblr, I had to turn to an expert for this because I admit it was very creepy to see that her Tumblr was still being posted to a month after she died. So I asked my 18-year-old daughter if there's any way that you could almost have something post automatically to Tumblr, or if there's a certain person you follow on Tumblr, every time that they post, you have it automatically posted to your Tumblr account, because all the things that were being shared after her death, it just seemed to be reposts. My daughter said, not really, but you can schedule posts. So her blog on Tumblr is named Nouvelle Nouveau, and I'll link it in the description box if you want to check it out. So you just have to go to archives, and then you can kind of get an idea of when these things were posted. So if she died in late January or early February of 2013, you'd expect to see all posts after February 1st of 2013 not be happening anymore, right? Her not posting to Tumblr anymore, but you do see posts in these months. You see a ton of posts in February, posts in March, posts in April, June, and so on.
Oh,
well,
miracle.
what Nev told me, my daughter, is that you can schedule posts to go up at certain times. So Elisa most likely scheduled a bunch of reposts to go live in February, and that's why you see a drastic reduction in the number of posts as the months go on. In February, there's probably like 50, and then in March, there's only 4. In April, there's only 3. In June, there's only 1. And then in December of 2013, there's 1 again.
Come again.
So
The
then I started
effect.
to ask Nev, well, is there a way you can post these posts for specific days? Because you've got a big gap between June of 2013 and December of 2013. And Nev told me to look at the picture posted in December, which I did. She said, using Christmas it's a light bulb with a Christmas tree in it. No. And Nev said, well, sometimes people, if they come across like on holiday kind of Tumblr post, they will schedule it for December or around Christmas time. So then it'll post that. So pretty much that explains the whole mystery of why Elisa Lam's Tumblr is still being posted to. I don't think there's anything strange going on there at all. People who believe that Elisa Lam's death was faked also believe that Elisa and the family and everybody in her life that they were essentially are paid actors. I definitely don't believe that Elisa Lam's parents are paid actors. They definitely came to LA when Elisa went missing. There's a real live lawsuit against the Cecil Hotel that's in their names, so I don't think that they're fake people. I definitely don't believe at all that Elisa's death was fake, or that she's still sitting on Tumblr posting under her old account, because that would make no sense if she was trying to hide and not be found out to be a fake. Theory number 4 is the dark water angle. So there's this movie called Dark Water. The original was a 2002 film from Japan, and the American remake came out in 2005. So the movie's story is about a young girl named Natasha who drowned in a rooftop water tank of an apartment building. A few years later, a woman and her daughter Cecilia move into this apartment building, and the spirit of Natasha haunts them. Okay, so here's the strange coincidences between Elisa Lam and the movie Dark Water, in case you're interested. First, the daughter's name in the movie was Cecilia, and Elisa Lam died at the Cecil Hotel. Obviously, the fact that a young girl died in a water tank on top of an apartment building is very similar. And in the 2005 version of the movie, the mother is standing in the elevator, and the camera is capturing her from the same angle, in essentially the same position as Elisa was in her elevator footage. The movie shows the young girl accessing the roof through a door that was supposed to have been locked. Elisa is wearing a red hooded sweatshirt. Natasha, when she fell into the water tank, is wearing a red jacket. And Cecilia is also wearing a red shirt throughout the whole movie. The elevator scene in both Dark Water movies seems to match very closely to the way Elisa was acting in the elevators. So I guess supporters of this theory believe that somebody was using Elisa to act out this scene from Dark Water. And I always did think it was weird because she was a pretty small girl. I think she was like 112 pounds, 5'4". Her underwear was a size small. Her hoodie was a size extra small. But the other clothes that she was wearing, the men's shorts, were a size medium, and the t-shirt was a size large. And I don't know if anybody's ever been able to prove that these items of clothing actually belong to her. The shorts were actually men's shorts, so was she at first playing along with someone, recreating this movie willingly until it got out of hand and it got serious? Her behavior in the elevator does at times suggest a certain flirtation or playfulness with someone who might be outside of the elevator, as if she's a little kid playing peekaboo. And since there's no camera in that hallway, we will never know. Theory number 5 is the elevator game. Her actions in that elevator were the most strange and bizarre part of the case that most people still talk about to this day. Why did she push all those buttons in the middle row? Why didn't the doors close? Why did her fingers look so long and distorted at points in that video? Turns out, Elisa Lam wasn't wearing her glasses, and she didn't have really great vision, and as a fellow blind girl, I can relate. So she most likely had to get really close to those elevator buttons to figure out which one was floor 5, where her room was. And since the number 5 would have been located in the middle row of those buttons that she pushed, she may have just pushed down the row, remembering that 5 was in that row, but not remembering exactly where it was, figuring that she could get off as the elevator doors opened and kind of look out and see if her room was there. But as she was pushing down that middle row of buttons, most likely accidentally, not knowing she pushed the whole button, would have kept the elevator doors open, which would have confused her, considering she wouldn't have known that she pushed it, which would have prompted her to look outside of the elevator to see who was pushing the button from the outside to keep it open. When she didn't see anybody out there, she maybe thought that someone was playing games with her, or like trying to prank her, and that's why she kind of bounced out and into the elevator trying to catch that person again. As for her fingers and why they looked so distorted, the whole video has been altered. The timestamp is so unclear and corrupted, there's no way to really tell what it's at. This could be because the hotel was using a very old surveillance system, or it could be that while the video was being reviewed by either the Cecil Hotel or the LAPD, the video was edited and the timestamp was altered so it couldn't be read. Why would the video be edited so that the timestamp was unreadable before it was released to the public? Most likely because, once again, either the hotel or the police didn't want us regular everyday people to see that there were time jumps in that video. And there do appear to be specific parts in the video where pieces are missing, as well as areas where the video's speed is changed. Why is this? Well, possibly someone may have walked past the elevator door. Another hotel guest may have walked past the open elevators, being caught by the camera inside the elevator, and since that person had nothing to do with the case, and for privacy reasons, they removed that portion so that their identity wouldn't have been revealed, or the hotel or the police don't want us to see something that's on that video, or someone. Anytime something creepy happens in an elevator, the elevator game is brought up. I looked up the rules to the elevator game, which is supposed to transport you to another dimension, and they are as follows. First, the prospective player must choose a building with at least 10 accessible floors, and locate an elevator that can be used without anyone else trying to get on it at the same time. The player will then enter the elevator in the first floor, but absolutely must be completely alone. Once in the elevator, the player must visit each of the following floors to exactly this order, pressing the next button just after arriving at each. 4, 2, 6, 2, 10, 5, 1. Upon pressing the button to once again return to the first floor, the elevator begins to move up instead of down, then the ritual has been successful, and the next floor the player arrives at will be the portal to another dimension. However, if the elevator obeys and begins descending to the first floor, the player must exit the elevator and the building as quickly as possible, and not for any reason. So, some other things about the elevator game. This one paragraph says, a woman may enter on the 5th floor, but do not acknowledge her, which scared the crap out of her. The article goes on to say that players who have spoken to or even looked at the woman claims she got hostile and she would begin haunting their dreams. It says if the ritual carries out properly, when exiting onto the 10th floor, it should have a cast of darkness and a faint red glow coming from nearby windows. However, nearly all players describe how they are completely alone in this other dimension, with the woman from the 5th floor, if she entered the elevator, refusing to explore with them. Some also report it as incredibly dark, and the heavy air is suffocating. Many things can go wrong in the other dimension. Players who choose to exit the elevator at the 10th floor believe walking in a straight line makes it easier to return to the correct elevator door to go home. But some sources say this isn't the case. Many people brave enough to exit the elevator have reported how the closer they walk back towards the elevators, the farther away they seem, while others claim the air becomes incredibly thick, unbearably, causing them to become disoriented and have trouble thinking. Allegedly, if a player faints while playing this game, they will find themselves waking up back in their home, except it's not the same home they left. One player thought she made it home before passing out, but then realized she'd woken up in another world. It says if you do make it back to the real world, players have reported dreaming about this other dimension. Others have said some unknown entity followed them back home, and others say they began seeing things happening that weren't actually there. So honestly, this seems like a lot of work to go to a place that just sounds awful. Awful. Nothing good happens there. Nothing good happens when you get back. Why would anyone want to do this? Why? Can you guys answer me? Has anybody played this? Why would anyone want to do this? It sounds horrible. Elisa wasn't playing the elevator game, guys. There's a lot of weird stuff surrounding this case, but this ain't it. So much is suspicious, and as much as I'd love to believe the LAPD, if this was just an accidental death, there's too many unanswered questions. Why was the cause of death changed on the autopsy report 3 days before it was published? Why would Elisa go into these tanks, and if she did, why was there a sandy particulate all throughout her clothes? Why was the elevator video edited before showing it to the public? Why has her cell phone never been found, or even had the confirmation of its existence confirmed? Now, it's said that Elisa had 2 phones around this time. She had probably a regular flip phone, which would have been her cell phone, and then she had borrowed a friend's cell phone, most likely a smartphone, so that she could take pictures and post them to Tumblr and social media and stuff when she was in LA, California. Apparently, she lost her friend's phone at some point after she arrived in California, but she would have still had her own phone. That's how she was calling her parents every day. So, where did this phone go? What was in it? Who did she talk to? Who did she call? The police have this information, but we don't. The only time the LAPD mentions anything about her phone is when they're asked in the press conference, like, what about her phone? And the police officer responds, I don't want to talk about the phone. What was on the phone? Where did she stay before checking into the Cecil Hotel? Why was her behavior only ever described as odd by these roommates and never elaborated by anybody else who talked to these roommates? Was she alone? Had she met someone in LA while she was there? Was there an employee who'd befriended her and told her that they liked to go swimming in the water tanks and tricked her into getting in there? This is one of those cases where we will always have more questions than answers, I think. And I do think the police know more. I think that that's definitely suspicious. I think it's a little strange that nobody seems to be able to get her police file from the Freedom of Information Act because the case is technically closed, so we should be able to get that stuff. I think it's strange also that a young girl from Vancouver who was traveling alone could turn up dead on the roof of a hotel in a water tank, and the police would so quickly write it off as accidental without checking into it further. Does it have something to do with the Cecil Hotel's dark past or the Cecil Hotel being haunted? That's another theory. A lot of people think that the ghost of Richard Ramirez, the Night Stalker, did this to her and he's still harassing women in the hotel. A lot of people think it could just be the angry spirits of the people who died at the Cecil Hotel, taking out their revenge on innocent people staying there now. Personally, not that I don't believe in ghosts or the unknown, because I do, I don't think that that's the case here. But it is definitely creepy to think of some unseen presence putting Elisa maybe into a trance and leading her up the fire escape, up the ladder, up onto those water tanks, and convincing her or compelling her to go into those tanks. Because I feel like you'd have to be on something or hypnotized to ever think it's a good idea to jump into a water tank and take a swim, especially when you're alone. Doing stupid things like that, I guess, is more understandable if you're with a couple of friends and you've been drinking, but just to be alone and to do that, it doesn't make any sense. What I do believe and what I do know is Elisa was a girl who might have had some issues and she might have been going through some stuff, but she had a good heart and she was looking forward to life and her future. She struggled with the stuff we all struggle with. Why am I doing this with my life? Why does it seem like everyone has it more together than I do? Why does it seem so hard for me but so easy for everyone else? Why am I always sad? Why do I have so many ideas but all I do is lay in bed and binge watch The Office on Netflix? Elisa was a normal girl who worried about normal things. She didn't like her legs, so she hated wearing skirts, but she loved fashion, so she wished she could wear more skirts. She talked about wishing she could be more active, but she always made excuses of why she couldn't get to the gym. Although I certainly think there's something about this case that we don't know. I don't think there's anything supernatural going on here. The Cecil Hotel has a dark past, and some have reported feeling this pressing down on them while they stay there. But a negative energy doesn't put you in a water tank. A person did that, whether it was of her own free will, out of sorts from being off her meds, or if it was someone else who knew the hotel well enough to evade the surveillance cameras, we may never know. I definitely think the most likely explanation, looked at me and pointed at me and said, tell me what happened. I'd probably say she was off her meds. Her body chemistry, her brain chemistry was skewed. She didn't know what she was doing. She didn't have impulse control. And she did this to herself. If I had to say it, not to take her own life, but maybe she just thought it would be fun to swim in a water tank. She was feeling stuck in a rut back home. College wasn't going well. She was feeling like everybody else was living their life and doing cool things, and she wasn't. So maybe she had FOMO. She sees these stupid girls on Instagram going to Chernobyl and posing at the site where a nuclear reactor exploded and multiple people lost their lives and there's still radiation hazard there today. Idiot girls on Instagram that do this stuff. Or she sees people posing on a mountaintop and watching the sunset. Or she sees people, surfing in the ocean. And she says, I want to do something spontaneous. I want to do something crazy. I want to do something that I can tell people back home. I want to live my life. Be spontaneous. Be spur of the moment. Have fun. Maybe she thought that jumping into that water tank and having a quick swim would give her something interesting to go home and tell her family, and it would make her feel alive. I don't know, man, but there's a lot of great online resources into for all of these theories to consider investigating further. Like I said, John Gordon has been a playlist for Elisa Lam, and he's done an amazing job doing all the information into that playlist. But before we go, remember what Elisa Lam said. Life is long and difficult, and people will always be stupid and complain. But it's worth it as long as you have special moments. There will be lots of these moments in the future. There have been a lot in the past. So what if everything is shit and all the plans have gone to hell? If I ask for help, someone might be willing to spare a hand. Having issues in life is normal. Feeling depressed sometimes, feeling anxious, sometimes feeling sad, feeling as if you're not accomplishing everything that you know you can. This is completely normal. We all go through it. Not everybody talks about it. Not everybody admits it. But we've all been there. And even though Elisa didn't get to live the full and happy life I'm sure she would have, we all still can. We're still here. We have to remember that there's going to be lots of these special moments in life. There have been special moments in the past. There will be in the future. And if you need something, or if you're in trouble, you just have to ask. There might be somebody out there who will lend you a hand. She was completely right about that. This community here is full of people who are supportive, uplifting, positive, intelligent, kind, and wonderful human beings. So if you're feeling the way that Elisa was feeling, and you need someone to talk to, just put it in the comments. We're all here for you. We are all here for you. And we can make our own special moments here together as a community. Thank you guys so much for being here. I want to give some birthday shout-outs before we go for Patreon. Jamie L's birthday is going to be on October 29th. Samuel's birthday is going to be on October 24th. Courtney Waters is having her birthday on October 19th. Shondell Young's birthday is on October 20th. Sally Drossey's birthday is on October 22nd. Sarah Wardlow's birthday is on October 28th. Gina Ricard's birthday is on October 23rd. Lightning SFM is going to have a birthday on October 21st. Hera Hayes' birthday is on October 31st, a Halloween baby. Fanny Brew from France has a birthday on October 30th. Veronica Hoover's birthday is going to be on October 24th. Becky Weekman's birthday is going to be on October 16th. Eva M has a birthday on October 29th, and Eva, I tried to pronounce your last name 5 times, and I butchered it so badly, I thought it would be a better birthday gift to you if I just didn't try at all. Phoenix Thrasher's birthday is also on October 29th. Thank you as always to my Patreons, every single one of you, whether your birthday's this month, or in September, or in January, or in February, I don't care, I love you all, you're amazing. It's because of you that I'm able to do as much as I do. And happy birthday out there to anybody in the community who has an October birthday. Birthdays are fun. We should celebrate them as often as possible. For the whole month if you want. For the whole week at least. Thank you guys so much for being here. I will see you next time. Stay kind, stay beautiful, and stay spooky. Bye. Oh, I wanted to show you something I got. Okay, so I don't know if you guys have AirPods, but I thought this would be cool if you do have AirPods for the Halloween season. Because you know I love Halloween. I love all things Halloween, and I had to get a Halloween AirPod holder. So it's a pumpkin, right? And then it opens up, and your AirPods are inside. Isn't it cool? I love it so much. I love it so much. I don't know, my AirPod case is dirty. I need to clean it. Ugh. What is that? Stephanie Harlow's canceled. Anyways, they have a ton of these actually. I got Nab one with like lemons on it, and I got myself another one for when Halloween's over. It's like shaped like a Game Boy, and I like that they're kind of soft, and like if they drop, it protects them. But they're pretty inexpensive. You can find them on Amazon, and I'll put a link for this one here in the description box. If you use that link, I do get a small commission because I'm an Amazon affiliate, but I would never ever recommend anything to you guys that I didn't think was the coolest ever, because you would buy it and then figure out that it sucked, and then you'd be mad at me.
We have reached a golden age of medical science. It's giving us a depth of understanding of human disease, which we tap into to lead to new therapies.
Banking from a computer makes life so much easier. There's just one problem. This isn't me. This is me.
And welcome back to my channel. Today we're talking about a case that was pretty prevalent in the media a couple of years ago. It happened in 2014. But before we dive into that, let's talk about our sponsor really quickly. I promise it will be really quickly. I won't talk about it for 7 minutes again. So sorry. Our sponsor for today is Magellan TV, a new type of documentary streaming service. And I've talked about Magellan TV on my channel before, guys. I love it. When you run out of things to watch on Hulu and Netflix and Amazon and the History Channel and Investigation Discovery, Magellan TV is gonna come in clutch. In fact, it's been my first choice these past couple of months when I'm looking for a really good documentary to watch, whether it's a true crime documentary or history or science, because they have so much. There's over 2,000 documentary TV programs or movies on there, and they're adding more all the time. I love that I can start watching something on my TV, and then if I have to go into the laundry room and fold laundry, I can just pick up where I left off on my phone. I love that there's content in 4K that I don't have to pay extra for. I love that there's so much to choose from and so many things I'm interested in watching that I just have a queue lined up of things I want to watch. Today I'm recommending a series called Boogeymen, Monsters Among Us, and this is actually, it's got 13 episodes, and there's episodes on the Jersey Devil, the Sasquatch, Thunderbird, El Chupacabra, the Devil Dog, Honey Swap Monster. It is so interesting. I haven't got through all of them yet, but they are so interesting, so cool, and so perfect for the Halloween season. And it really ties in with the case that we're talking about today, which is the Slenderman stabbings. Ooh, I just saw that there's another show called Secret Society. And they have the heirs of the Knights Templar, the Code of the Illuminati, and the Nest of the Conspirators. Oh, guys, I'm going to be busy. I've got my treadmill material for like the next 3 months. Okay, so if you're interested in trying out Magellan TV, check out the link in the description box. And if you use my link in the description box, Magellan TV will give you a free month trial. You can cancel anytime after that if you want to, but I don't think that you will. Let's get started on the video. On Friday, May 30th, 2014, 12-year-old Peyton Lutner was picked up to celebrate her friend Morgan Geyser's birthday. They were going to go skating, have some pizza, and then have a sleepover at Morgan's with another classmate, Anissa Wire. Peyton had been looking forward to the party for weeks, and she waved goodbye to her parents, clutching her American Girl doll, excited about having a fun night with friends. But the next morning, Peyton's mother was in the backyard when the doorbell rang. It was a police officer who told her that her daughter had been rushed to the hospital after being stabbed 19 times. The other 2 girls were missing. Peyton had told an officer at the hospital that her friend Morgan, a girl she had known and been close to since they'd been in kindergarten, had been the one who attacked her. And they hadn't been alone. Anissa had been present as well. How had an average, typical sleepover turned into a brutal attack on a 6th grade girl by 2 of her classmates? What could their motive possibly have been? Well, the short answer is Slenderman. Slenderman is a fictional character depicted as thin, tall, and alien-like, with a featureless head and face, usually wearing a black suit. He first made his appearance in June of 2009 on a creepypasta internet forum called Something Awful. It was in a thread hosting a Photoshop contest. The challenge was to create a paranormal image, and someone with the username Victor Surge, whose real name was Eric Knudsen, he posted 2 black and white photos of groups of children standing with the Slenderman. To these pictures, he added bits of text, such as, "We didn't want to go. We didn't want to kill them, but its persistent silence and outstretched arms horrified and comforted us at the same time. Dated 1983, photographer unknown, presumed dead." Another paragraph accompanying the photos said, "One of 2 recovered photographs from the Sterling Library blaze, notable for being taken on the day when 14 children vanished, and for what is referred to as the Slenderman."
Well, you must pick my mom if it requires it.
Missing since June 13, 1986. So for those of you who don't know, a creepypasta is essentially something that gets copied and pasted across the internet. And it gets copied and pasted, and everybody adds their own creative flair to it until it takes on a life of its own. And of course, creepypastas center around legends or stories of something scary. And the idea of Slenderman started out as something fictional, a Photoshop contest, but the creepypasta community had their own little inside joke. They would take all of these characters and stories, but present them as if they were real things, as if they were real life. The No Sleep subreddit requested that all users maintain that front in the interest of having creepy fun. The users would post original horror stories to the subreddit as if they were retelling something that actually happened to them. And the Redditors who responded would respond as if they believed that it's true. So Slenderman spread on the internet to be incorporated in other creepy stories, and he became an urban legend. an urban legend that terrified and intrigued young children who believed that everything they read on the internet was true. Knudsen had created Slenderman to make something whose motivations can barely be comprehended, which would cause unease and terror in the general public. He was inspired by authors such as Stephen King and H.P. Lovecraft. Yahoo Answers gave a more clear picture of what Slenderman was, stating, "The Slenderman is a supernatural creature that is described as appearing as a normal human being, but he is described as being 8 feet tall, and he has vectors or extra appendages that are described to be as sharp as swords. The creature is known to stalk humans and cause many disappearances. He is described as a shadow creature that has a missing face. The creature fits into many mythologies from different nations, which brings up the possibility that he could be real. Slenderman does not do his own dirty work. Instead, he convinces others to kill his victims for him. If they do, they will win a special place with him. He haunts fields, forests, abandoned buildings, and draws children away from their families. He is the boogeyman for the internet era. He is the thing hiding under your bed or looking at you from your closet after your parents put you to sleep and turn out the lights. Slenderman is what your parents warn you about when you go out and ride your bike alone, and they tell you not to talk to strangers. The thing with Slenderman is as his popularity grew, he began to be incorporated into popular mainstream media, such as video games, movies. On the popular game Minecraft, there are tall characters called Endermen. Due to their long, skinny bodies and similar names, they have drawn comparisons to the Slenderman. There have been entire games based on the Slenderman character, Slender the Arrival and Slender the 8 Pages. Slender the 8 Pages, released in 2012, was downloaded 2 million times within its first month. There are movies about Slenderman. You have 2018's Slenderman. You have 2016's Beware the Slenderman. You have 2015's
Come again.
Watching. And I mean, you literally had people taking to YouTube, making these realistic videos, realistic I guess if you're a kid watching them, where they would see Slenderman and they would capture him on camera.
Slenderman. Slenderman has been going around here only like 5+ years now. I think a little bit more than that actually. And no one knows. What is it? What do you see? No, not real Slenderman. Where?
Or they would get adults to sit in front of the camera and talk about their experiences with Slenderman. So when you're a kid, you're watching these things on YouTube, and you see somebody who's capturing things on camera that looks real to you, you begin to believe it.
What is it? What do you see? No, not real Slenderman. Where? ¿Qué coño haces, tío? Baja de ahí, tío, deja de hacer el tonto.
And I have an 8-year-old who watches YouTube, and I have to constantly
Well, this is unusual. And more important, well, I'm Rick wants to establish Smith.
Can that people can use special effects to make things look more realistic. I
It's
literally
safe
had to
here.
explain to him
Although,
that there
I
was
must
no
admit,
way
how
this
about
YouTuber was FaceTiming
I could forward your
people
weapon. I'll show you what.
I had to have that conversation with him. So kids are really impressionable. They believe what they see on YouTube or what they read on the internet is real. If there's an adult telling them it's real, or if there's a video with enough special effects or enough makeup or enough costumes to make it look legit. I'm sure that I never thought when I was, planning on having kids that one day I'd have to have a discussion with my son that nobody can FaceTime Jesus. I never thought that was going to be a thing I'd have to do, but hey, this is the world we live in. With Slenderman's image and name
Come back soon.
being used in all these movies and video games, he became sort of a celebrity to the young kids who were reading about him online. Young kids who didn't have the presence of mind to understand that what an entire community was telling them was true was actually a hoax, an invented figure collectively fleshed out by users on the internet who ran with the story and added more details as the years went on. I had to have my own talk with Aiden about Slenderman and explain to him that it wasn't real, that it was just made up, and it was just a fun thing that people were doing on the
Goodbye,
internet.
then.
Kids don't
Keep your
have
head,
the
you really,
presence of mind to tell the difference. They don't have that logical, critical thinking yet to question what they're told, especially if it's by somebody that's an adult or somebody who's a YouTuber and has a big following. They're going to think that this person being a grown-up or being somebody that a lot of other people listen to gives them legitimacy. They have authority to young children. They're somebody important. They're somebody other people look up to. So they believe it without questioning it. So what happened with Peyton, Morgan, and Anissa? As always, to understand what happened at the end, we have to go back to the beginning. Morgan and Peyton had met in the 6th grade, and they'd remained friends up until about the 6th grade when Peyton started to pull away from Morgan a little bit. Morgan had met another girl, new to their school, who had just moved into the same apartment complex that she lived in. They rode the bus to and from school together every day. And this new friend, whose name was Anissa Wire, she introduced Morgan to the Creepypasta Wiki and Slenderman. Peyton claimed that Morgan was upset with the tall, faceless man after that, and she would email Peyton links. These links led to websites and videos that talked about things the Slenderman had done, as well as made efforts to prove that he was real. Morgan also told Peyton that Peyton was being stalked by Slenderman, and he would look into her windows at night when she was sleeping. Peyton became so terrified by this that she would pull her curtains every night, close the door to her closet, and sleep facing away from the window. At one point, she even confided in her mother, telling her mother the things that Morgan was saying, and telling her mother that she was scared. Peyton's mother did some research online and told her daughter that nothing she could find during the research to prove that the story was anything more than a fabrication, that Morgan was probably just trying to scare her, and she shouldn't worry too much. Even with her mother's assurance, Peyton couldn't be sure. Being so certain that Slenderman was real, and they even claimed that they could see him when nobody else could. So as Morgan and Anissa grew closer, Peyton drifted away. She said that the girls weren't very nice to her when they were all together, especially Anissa. She would say really mean things. She would call Peyton names, and she even physically assaulted her a couple of times. Anissa would claim she was being so mean to Peyton because she was hungry or tired, and later, if Anissa and Peyton were ever alone, Anissa would apologize for what she'd done. Peyton came to realize that Anissa was only mean to her when Morgan was around, almost as if she was trying to show off. Anissa Wire had recently come to the middle school from a different elementary school than Peyton and Morgan had attended. Her parents had just gotten divorced. The few friends she'd had at her old school went to a different middle school, and she had trouble connecting with her new classmates. Her teachers described her as very intelligent, a stickler for the rules. She wasn't a kid who enjoyed working together with others, and whenever the teacher announced that they were going to be doing group or partner work, Anissa would busy herself with something else, like sharpening her pencil or shuffling through her papers, hoping that she could buy herself enough time to avoid picking a partner. I remember being in school and the teacher announcing that we would have to pick a group or a friend to work with, and I did the exact same thing. I would literally do anything to buy time. I had to go to the bathroom, I'm not feeling good, I have to go to the nurse. I would literally go up to the pencil sharpener and sharpen my pencil for 15 minutes, hoping that by the time I was done, the group thing would be over, because I hated working in groups during school, so I completely get this. When Anissa first came to her new school, she spent the first few months eating her lunch alone and sitting alone on the bus to and from school. She didn't make friends easily, and her fellow students thought she was a bit odd and kept their distance, even sometimes being cruel to her to the point that the teacher had to sit them all down and remind them not to bully other kids. But one afternoon, as Anissa sat on the school bus to go home, Morgan sat next to her, and they were inseparable from that moment. Morgan Geyser was also a bit of an outsider, but by choice. The other kids thought she was weird. Anissa's wasn't Halloween. Her teachers said she was very smart, did her homework, and followed the rules, but one teacher claimed she had an attitude of screw all of you to get attention. She had run into some disciplinary issues. She ran around the playground barking like a dog and chasing her classmates. Another time, she was suspended for bringing a rubber mallet into school. Another student saw it in her locker and reported her. Her homeroom teacher said Morgan seemed 4 years older than she really was. She was incredibly intelligent and astute. Morgan's mother described her as a sweet girl growing up, but she could tell from an early age that Morgan didn't react to things as most kids her age would have. She didn't seem to have empathy for others. They watched Bambi together when Morgan was young, and her mother was worried that she would be upset by the scene where Bambi's mother died. When the scene came on, Morgan watched impassively, and the only reaction she gave was when she yelled at Bambi on the television screen to run away and save himself. So I definitely don't feel like that's normal as a small child to be watching Bambi. And that whole scene where Bambi and his mother are running away from the hunters, obviously that upset all children. That's why Morgan's mother was concerned that she would be upset about it when she first watched it. And I think most of our reaction was to be sad that Bambi's mother had died and he was now alone in the world. That's probably a normal reaction, especially as a child, because you depend so much on your mother that seeing Bambi lose his mother would really be upsetting, almost traumatizing to a lot of children. But not to Morgan. Morgan told Bambi to run and save himself. So Morgan and Anissa, they shared a feeling of loneliness, a feeling of isolation that made them feel incapable of connecting with others their own age. And then they began to share this interest in creepypastas and Slender Man. More importantly, they shared a belief that Slender Man was real, and he lived in a mansion with all the other creepypastas in a place called Nicolet State Park in Wisconsin. This was a 5-hour drive from where Morgan, Anissa, and Peyton lived in Waukesha, Wisconsin. Morgan and Anissa also believed that if they could prove their loyalty to the Slender Man, he would make them his proxy. They could go live with him in this mansion. And this was how the plan developed, to kill Peyton Luther, because this was the only way that you could prove you were worthy to Slender Man, that you were loyal to him, by killing somebody. Anissa and Morgan began formulating their plan months before they attempted it. Morgan told Anissa that her parents let her have 2 friends sleep over every year for her birthday, and this would be the perfect time to do it. Anissa and Morgan exchanged multiple emails. They corresponded with each other all day long. They sent each other links to Slender Man-related content, and they even came up with a code that they could use in the emails so nobody would know what they were talking about. They had nicknames for each other. Morgan called Anissa Scorpion because apparently she was aggressive at times. And Anissa called Morgan Kitty because she had 4 cats, and apparently she sometimes acted like a cat. The series of events that happened on May 29th and May 30th of 2014 are pieced together using the accounts of Morgan, Anissa, and Peyton. On Friday after school, Morgan and Anissa went to Anissa's house to pack a bag. The bag contained a change of clothing, granola bars, bottles of water, the necessities for the long journey they knew they'd be taking to Nicolet National Park after they killed their friend. After this, Morgan, Anissa, and Morgan's dad went to pick up Peyton from her house, and then they went to Skate World. On Friday, Skate World had a free pizza special, so the girls skated and ate pizza and acted like regular 12-year-olds, having fun together, being goofy and taking pictures. After this, they went back to Morgan's and they played in the basement for a little while. According to Peyton, they were all playing on tablets and Morgan was playing The Sims. At one point, she let the other 2 girls know that she planned on locking her Sims family in their house, starving them, and then setting their house on fire. But Morgan often said weird, morbid things like this, especially since her obsession with the creepypastas, so Peyton didn't think too much of it. Morgan and Anissa had many different plans of how they were going to kill Peyton. Their original plan was that they were going to do it at night when she was asleep. Anissa had said that it was easier to kill someone if they were sleeping or knocked out, because if they were awake, you'd have to look into their eyes. You'd see yourself in their eyes. Nobody wants to kill themselves. They were going to wait till she fell asleep, then they were going to stab her, and then they were going to cover her with blankets so nobody would notice, grab their packed bag, and head out to Slender Man's mansion. She would be discovered the next morning, but by that time, they'd be long gone. Now, that was the plan initially, but at the very last minute, Morgan changed her mind and said she'd like to give Peyton at least one more morning. It's really big of you, Morgan. Really big of you. So they planned to do it the next day instead. On Saturday morning, Morgan and Anissa woke up before Peyton. They went downstairs and started doing some online quizzes together. When Peyton woke up, she joined them, and she was taken aback when Anissa asked her, "What would you do if someone just walked up to you and started stabbing you?" Once again, Morgan and Anissa were into these dark, creepy things. Peyton had no idea that this question was foreshadowing for what was to come. Morgan's mother woke up, and they all had breakfast, strawberries and donuts. Then the girls asked if they could walk to the park to play, and Morgan's mother didn't typically like Morgan to walk to the park alone, but because all the girls were together, she didn't see why not, and so she said yes. As the three girls walked to the park, Peyton walked a little bit ahead of Morgan and Anissa. Morgan opened her coat to show Anissa the knife, a 5-inch kitchen knife she'd taken from the house before they left. Anissa claims she thought to herself at this point, "Wow, this is really happening." When they arrived at the park, they played on the playground for a bit before Morgan told Peyton that she wanted to show her some graffiti in a bathroom stall and guided her towards the park's bathroom. Once in the bathroom, Anissa and Morgan had Peyton go into a bathroom stall. This was plan B now. They were going to kill her in the bathroom because there was a drain in the floor for the blood to go down. And once again, they figured it would be easier if Peyton would just go to sleep. So Anissa told Peyton to sit on the floor and go to sleep. Peyton did sit on the floor with her back to the wall, but she said she didn't want to go to sleep. At this point, Morgan has the knife, so they are both in this stall with Peyton, Anissa and Morgan. And Morgan locks the door and faces Peyton, but she can't do it. So she grabs Anissa, and they go into the stall next door. And Morgan tells Anissa, "I just can't do it. I'm too squeamish. You have to do it." Anissa claims at this point, she wasn't very nervous about killing somebody. What she was most nervous about was seeing a dead body, because the last dead body she'd seen had been at her uncle's funeral. So Anissa doesn't want to kill Peyton either. Anissa tells Morgan that she has to do it, and once Morgan is faced with the realization that Anissa's not going to do it, it has to be her that's going to happen, she starts crying. She has some second thoughts. She told Anissa, "I can't do this. I'm too scared. You have to." So second thoughts about being the one to kill Peyton, not second thoughts about killing Peyton. She didn't say, "We can't do this." She didn't say, "Peyton is my friend. This is wrong." She said, "I can't do this. Personally, I can't, but I'm okay with it if you want to go ahead and do it." Anissa says when Morgan started to lose it, she had to put her arms around Morgan and calm her down. And then she started petting Morgan like she was a cat. They both went back into the bathroom stall, where Peyton's probably sitting there like, "What is going on with these kids?" I can only imagine what this poor girl is thinking at this point. And Morgan still has the knife. But once again, she couldn't go through with it. And they were telling Peyton to go to sleep. Go to sleep. But she wouldn't. So Anissa hit her in the face hard, causing Peyton's head, the back of her head, to hit the back of the bathroom stall. Anissa was trying to knock her unconscious so that it would be easier to kill her. Once this didn't work, and now both Peyton and Morgan are upset, they decided to leave the bathroom and take a walk. Anissa and Morgan switched to plan C. They were going to lure Peyton into the woods that were near the park and kill her there. So Morgan told Peyton that they were going to go bird watching and play a game of hide and seek. During Morgan's police interview, once she got caught, she's asked, "Why'd you guys go into the woods?" And she responded, "Because we knew what we had to do. We lied to her and tricked her." When the detective follows this up with the question, "Well, how did you get her to follow you into the woods?" Morgan replies, "We said we were going to go bird watching. People who trust you become very gullible." And it was sort of sad. Morgan was going to be the seeker first, so Anissa and Peyton hid, and Anissa ran with Peyton, pulling her deeper and deeper into the woods. When Anissa was asked about this moment in her police interview, she said, "She was going to hide one place, I was going to hide another, and then Morgan and I were going to be like lionesses chasing down a zebra." When Morgan found them, and it was time to do it, she again pulled Anissa aside and said, "I can't do this. You know where all the soft spots are." And she handed Anissa the knife. Anissa once again handed the knife back to Morgan and said, "It has to be you." And Morgan responded, "I'm not going to do it until you tell me to." Anissa didn't respond right away. Instead, she began walking away from Morgan and Peyton, and when she walked about 5 feet, she stopped and turned, looked at Morgan and said, "Now, go ballistic, go crazy." And then she turned her back on the other two girls, so she wouldn't have to watch what was happening. Morgan, holding her knife, crept slowly towards Peyton as if she were a spooked horse. Peyton, who was still standing up watching all of this go down, probably was feeling a little afraid at this point, but still hadn't processed the fact that these two girls were going to hurt her. Morgan got closer and closer to Peyton and said, "Don't be scared, I'm just a little kitty." And then she pounced on Peyton, knocking them both to the ground. Morgan sat on Peyton's leg, got close to the ear of her childhood friend, and whispered, "I'm sorry," before proceeding to stab her 19 times. When Morgan was asked about this moment in her police interview, how it felt when she was stabbing her friend, Morgan responded, "Like anything. And then she mimicked stabbing marks with her hands before saying to the police officer, "You know what happened, don't you?"
It didn't feel like anything. It was like air.
So she put the knife in your hand, or where'd you go?
I just continued to. You know what happened, didn't you?
Okay, so Morgan has stabbed Peyton. Both Morgan and Anissa now need to get to Slenderman's mansion, but before they do, they have to make sure that Peyton's not going to survive, that she can't go and get help. Peyton manages to stand up after being stabbed 19 times and try to walk towards the road. Anissa took her by her shoulders and steered her away from the road. She told her to just lay down and be quiet because she would lose less blood that way. Anissa told Peyton they were going to go get help, but they had no intention on going to get help. Morgan recalled that the last thing Peyton said to her as they were leaving her to die was, "I trusted you, I hate you," and then she just whispered over and over again that she couldn't see and she couldn't breathe. Anissa and Morgan walked away from her at an angle so that she wouldn't see them leaving, and they started out on their journey to Slenderman's mansion. Anissa and Morgan would walk a long way, but they wouldn't make it to Nicolet National Park. And this story, although sad and twisted, it does not end with the death of Peyton Leutner. Because most of us don't know what we're truly capable of until we're put in a position where we don't have any other choice but to be strong. And who would think that a 12-year-old girl, riddled with stab wounds, could find the strength to crawl towards the road to get help? She was struggling to breathe, her vision was going dark, but she fought so hard for her own life. She was able to get to that road. She found help in a passing cycle. So many unlikely things had to happen that day in order for Peyton to survive this attack. Luckily, the cyclist, Greg Steinberg, chose to ignore a sign saying that a bike path was closed, and he rode down it anyway. Peyton would have had to have crawled close enough to the road to be seen by someone.
Still keeping going. Never
happened, and Greg saw Peyton laying on the side of the road, and he called the police. Okay, so I am going to play a 911 call now. A lot of people were upset during the Brittany Murphy video that I played the 911 call and they one call. So there will be a timestamp in the description box if you want to know when that ends and skip right to that place. But personally, I don't think it's too upsetting of a 911.
go and... Right. Ow, I hope... Right. I hope... What are going...
to what we're talking about. I think all the 911 calls that I play in these videos are important and relevant to the case we're talking about, or else I wouldn't play them. I don't do anything for gratuitous reasons. I don't do anything for shock value. I just let
Thank you kindly.
A 911 call is part of a case's facts and evidence. That is why I play them. But if you want to skip over it, like I said, it's not too upsetting. If you want to skip over it, there's a timestamp in the description box. So let's play the 911 call now.
What's the address of your emergency?
Waukesha County went in, transferred over a caller on Big Bend at the dead end just south of Rivera.
Okay.
Came upon a 12-year-old female. She appears to be stabbed.
She appears to be what?
Stabbed.
Stabbed? Okay.
Are you still there?
Yes. Hi, sir. So, are you with this 12-year-old female?
Yes, she said she's having trouble breathing. She said she was stabbed multiple times.
Stabbed multiple times?
Yeah.
Okay, sir, are you with her right now?
Yes.
Is she awake?
She's awake.
Is she breathing?
Yeah, she's breathing. She said she can take shallow breaths. She's alert.
Okay, stay with her. We're sending the police department. Don't hang up, okay?
Oh,
hold on just a minute. Don't hang up.
Okay.
Okay. Hold on just a minute, sir. We're sending officers.
Okay.
Is there any assailants around?
I didn't even look. I don't see anybody.
Okay, stay right with her, sir. Is she on the ground or is she standing up?
No, she's laying on the grass.
Laying on the grass. Stay right with her. Just let me know if she is remaining conscious or not, okay?
Okay.
Is there any bleeding going on?
Her clothing has got blood on it.
Where are the wounds? Do you see where the wounds are?
No, I don't know if I should be rolling her over.
Do you know where? Okay, just stay with her and just let me know if she's conscious or alert or stops breathing or anything. Hold on, I'm going to talk to the ambulance. Police are also en route.
Okay, thank you. I'm bothering you at all? My shade? Okay. You're very
Okay. Just keep her in that position. Just let me know on her breathing.
Okay.
Okay, were you just passing through?
Yes.
Okay, and you found her and she was just laying there?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so you see any active bleeding or blood spurting out or anything like that?
No, unless it's underneath her. I just see dry blood.
Okay, just dry blood. Okay. Okay, is she still breathing? Is she still alert?
Yeah.
Okay, stay with her.
Ah,
Stay with her.
thank
Keep an eye on her. Hold on just a minute. Do not hang up, sir.
Okay, I will not.
And she didn't say who did this or how it
I
happened?
don't know if she wants to be talked. I started to ask,
Okay,
and then
that's okay. If she's...
got to save her energy, I think.
Okay, but you see nobody else around you. Are you clearly visible if they pull down that road towards the dead end that they'll see you?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Are you clearly visible when they come down there so they see you?
I got a gold flashlight on my bicycle. I'll shine that towards any emergency vehicle I see. And I'll be standing in the middle of the road.
You're in the middle of the road, and where is she, in the side of the road?
Yeah, she's on the grass, a little trail I take on my bicycle.
Okay, so don't hang up there, just stay right with me.
Okay.
And let me know immediately if you see anything else suspicious in the area, car or person, anything.
All right.
Keep your eyes open. Was anyone coming or leaving, or any cars coming or leaving when you came upon her?
No.
Nothing?
No.
So were you on foot walking by, or did you pull up that car?
Bicycle.
You're on a bicycle?
Yeah.
How did you see her? Did you just...
She's right in the middle of the little path I take.
Middle of the little path, okay.
Yeah. There's a squad car coming now.
Okay, the squad car coming? Okay, so let the squad car down, protect her.
Here he's coming.
Does she have a bike or anything with her?
No, I don't see it. One sandal is off. But, maybe 2 feet away from her.
Okay, so lay that officer down. I'm going to let you go. Okay?
Greg stayed with her until the paramedics arrived, trying to apply pressure to her wounds and tell her that everything was going to be okay. She was rushed to the hospital. She had to go into surgery right away, but before she did, she was able to answer questions for the police by writing down her answers. And at that time, she indicated that the ones who had done this to her were her friends, 2 other 12-year-old girls. After she went into the operating room, the doctors came out and told the police that she'd been 1 millimeter away from death. The 19 stab wounds had punctured her liver, her pancreas, her stomach, and heart, and the one that penetrated the heart missed the major artery by 1 millimeter. If that had been punctured or even grazed, her chances would have been slim to none. And that's what I'm talking about. So many things had to happen in order for Peyton to walk away from what happened to her. But Peyton did survive. Now they had to find Morgan and Anissa. As the girls walked away from their dying friend, Morgan wiped and put the knife into a purse that she brought that used to belong to her mother. She told the detectives later that it was weird. She didn't feel any remorse. It just seemed necessary. And she says this often when asked why she did this. It was necessary. And when they found the girls, they found this purse sitting between them, and nestled between granola bars and bottles of water was the murder weapon, or the attempted murder weapon. Anissa was wearing a blue sweatshirt with dark stains on it, and Morgan was wearing a plaid coat which had blood stains on it from where she'd wiped the knife off on her coat. They were brought into custody at 2:24 p.m., and one of the first police officers on the scene asked Anissa and Morgan what happened. Anissa responded that she couldn't tell him because he would think she was crazy, and he told her, I don't think anybody's crazy. And she responded to him, some people were going to kill my family unless I did something bad. Both girls were brought to the police station to be interviewed. The officers took DNA swabs and took the clothing that they were wearing as evidence. Then Morgan and Anissa were separated and questioned by two different detectives. Detective Michelle Trusani interviewed Anissa, and watching the recorded interview, it reminds you of how young these girls actually were. As soon as Anissa is in the room with the detective, she asks Detective Trusoni if she knows how far they walked, because actually, she's not that athletic, and she's curious. She's wearing two different socks, which is such a 12-year-old thing to do, and she has these bracelets on that she tells Detective Trusoni about, stating, I made this one, and my friend Kelly gave me this one. Detective Trusoni reads Anissa her Miranda rights, and Anissa needs her to explain exactly what Miranda rights are. She's just this little girl with mismatched socks and friendship bracelets. But we know that she just took part in this very horrible thing, and the dichotomy is startling and, frankly, very sad. The detective has to leave the room for a moment, so she tells Anissa, I gotta go, but do you want any water or anything? And Anissa immediately jumps up and volunteers some information about her friend Morgan. She said, quote, she can be a little jumpy and forget what she's saying in the middle of a sentence a lot. She says she's really voiceful. I just wanted to tell you. So is this a girl trying to protect her friend by letting the detectives know how to handle her? Or is this an extremely intelligent preteen trying to set the stage for a mental insanity defense? When they finally settle in and start talking, Anissa explains to Detective Trusoni what was behind the stabbing. She says, quote, so there's this website called the Creepypasta Wiki. It's full of horror stories that are meant to purposely scare you through online literature and stuff like that. One of them is called Slenderman. He has these proxies, or servants as people call them. And Morgan said, hey Anissa, we should be proxies. And I said, okay, how do we do that? She claimed Morgan told her, we have to kill Bella. And that was how they would see themselves worthy to the Slenderman. By the way, Bella is Peyton's middle name, and it's what her friends and people who knew her often called her. Because in kindergarten, they're just Anissa and Detective Trusoni, it's like watching worlds collide. A child trying to explain creepypastas to an adult. Adults, for the most part, have no idea what creepypastas are or who Slenderman is, so a good part of this interview was Anissa getting frustrated at times with Detective Trusoni because the detective was trying to understand, and she'd say things like, oh, so it's like this, and Anissa would be like, no, and get frustrated because she's trying to explain something this detective was never encountered before.
And there's one of them called Slenderman. It's like really Slenderman? Slenderman. Oh, Slenderman. Like skinny guy. Yeah. Okay. And a proxy. Like servant or an apprentice.
If you think about medicine and how it touches each and every one of us. But medicine can't be done the same way again and again. You always have to improve. We're doing clinical healthcare, but we are also doing research to how to improve healthcare in the future. dreaming big, thinking big, is where science can make a
Named an IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus, Tucson is safe for you and your wallet. Hyundai, the longer you look, the more there is to like. Get a Tucson for $119 a month or 0% for 72 months plus $1,000 event cash. Find your new Tucson at buyhyundai.com.
Okay, and they're a service of who? The, whichever, I mean, they kind of don't have a choice, but there's like really big, he's a pedo, supposedly. Okay, so Slender's the big guy. Yeah. The top guy. And the proxies are his puppets. Yes, that's how people look at puppets. Oh, okay. Boy, I've never even heard this before. Okay.
Anissa is finally able to tell Detective Trousseau that Morgan came up with this plan to kill Peyton at the end of 2013, probably late December of 2013.
Well, you need it.
Detective Trousseau that the proxies don't really have a choice because Slenderman is really big. He's like the head of the creepypastas. She says, quote, there are killers and proxies are apprentices to the killers, and the killers are either by themselves or they have proxies.
The killers have proxies do it for them? No. They're either killers or proxies. Well, yeah. I don't know that much about
Celtics gonna take over. I'm a cleric. Little Patches doesn't mind. Now let's kindle the fuck out of this flame. Ooh. That. Seek that guidance. This is a really good idea. I think I fucked up the order. High key. I fucked this up.
Well, don't get yourself.
Hold up. Yeah.
With Cheap Caribbean, all-inclusive means more food. You're free to eat what you want, whenever, wherever. With Cheap Caribbean, all-inclusive means more drinks. So go ahead, freeze and relax. Or drink. With Cheap Caribbean, all-inclusive means more fun. You never want the thrills to stop. And
Hello everybody and welcome back to my channel. Today's video is one I decided to do after hearing about the multiple reports of people, usually children, going into stores and licking ice cream, putting it back in the freezer. This has become a huge, widespread thing that I'm sure everybody is reminded me of something that happened years ago, in 1982 to be specific. And this has always interested me because it is a mystery. It's still unsolved as of today. Even though this isn't going up on Mystery Monday because I'm recording it on a Monday, consider it a Mystery Monday just on a different day. This case, to this day, has not been solved, and we still don't know who is responsible for it. So sit back and listen to the story of the Chicago Tylenol murders of 1982. Tylenol is an over-the-counter medication that most of us pop into our mouths several times a week without giving it a second thought. Acetaminophen is the most commonly used children's medicine for relieving pain and reducing fever in the United States, and millions of American adults use it in any given week, and we never worry. We know that whether we have a headache or a fever, the pill will make us feel better, not worse. And in the 80s, people pretty much took Tylenol for everything. If you've ever seen the movie My Big Fat Greek Wedding, Tylenol was the Windex of the 80s. Sore throat, stomach ache, cold, flu, backache, stuffy nose, you take a Tylenol. It cures everything. Acetaminophen has been around since the early 19th century. In 1886, two doctors were treating a patient for intestinal parasites when they ran out of naphthalene, which today is a substance used in mothballs. When they went to the pharmacy to get more, an inexperienced pharmacist accidentally gave them acetinolide. You gotta love the 19th century, just accidentally getting medications that you didn't ask for and don't need. But there was a silver lining to this mistake. While treating their patient, they noticed that the medication that they hadn't wanted and didn't ask for was actually showing reduced fever and analgesic properties. In 1899, German scientist Karl Morner discovered that acetinolide turned to acetaminophen when metabolized by the human body. And 10 years later, another German doctor, Joseph Freier von Metternich, synthesized acetaminophen, but it wasn't studied any further until 1949. At around this time, McNeil Laboratories seized the opportunity they saw in the drug. The go-to drug before had always been aspirin, but in the 1940s, some safety concerns had been voiced about the side effects of aspirin. In 1951, acetaminophen was being touted as the safer and better alternative to aspirin. Aspirin was known to cause gastrointestinal issues, stomach irritation, and interrupted the blood's natural response to the clot. And acetaminophen did none of these, but provided the same level of pain relief and fever reduction. In 1955, McNeil released Tylenol Elixir for Children, the company's first single-ingredient acetaminophen product. The success of the elixir caught the attention of Johnson & Johnson, who acquired McNeil Laboratories in 1959. The success of the elixir also drove McNeil to produce more Tylenol products, creating the general public's trust in the drug. But that trust would be broken in the fall of 1982. It was September 29th, 1982. It was a Wednesday morning. 12-year-old Mary Kellerman woke up at around 6:30 a.m. She had a sore throat and a runny nose, and she went to tell her parents that she wasn't feeling well. Her father got up out of bed, took a bottle of extra-strength Tylenol out of the medicine cabinet, a bottle that his wife had purchased just the day before. He brought one capsule back to his daughter, gave it to her, tucked her back into bed, and told her she'd be staying home from school that day and to rest. Mr. Kellerman went back to his own room in his own bed, but it hadn't been long before he'd gotten back into bed that he heard Mary get up, go into the bathroom, and close the door. And then he heard something drop. He got up and he knocked on the door, and he called through the door to ask Mary if she was okay. She didn't answer. He called through again to ask her if she was okay, but she didn't answer. So he opened the door and found his 12-year-old daughter laying on the floor of the bathroom, still in her pajamas. She was unconscious, and by the time the ambulance arrived, she was in full cardiac arrest. She was rushed to Alexian Brothers Medical Center and pronounced dead at 10 a.m. from what doctors assumed was an aneurysm or a heart attack. But what kind of 12-year-old has a sudden brain aneurysm or a sudden heart attack when having absolutely no health problems previously? Because of her age and the low risk of something suddenly happening to her like this, an autopsy was ordered, but at first, she was the only victim, so there wasn't too much suspicion that foul play was at hand. Around noon in Arlington Heights, a 27-year-old postal worker named Adam Jamis had decided to stay home from work that day. It was his wedding anniversary with his wife, Teresa. He wasn't feeling that great, so he went to the store in the morning. He bought some flowers for his wife for their anniversary. He bought some steak for dinner that night, and he bought a bottle of extra-strength Tylenol. When he got home, they had lunch, and then he told his wife that he wasn't feeling well, so he was going to take some Tylenol and lay down in the bedroom. A few minutes later, his wife went in to check on him and found her husband unresponsive and convulsing. Adam was rushed to Northwest Community Hospital's intensive care unit, where the medical director there, Dr. Thomas Kim, says that they tried to resuscitate him, but nothing worked. His cause of death was decided to be from cardiac arrest. Adam's entire family was at the hospital. His mother, his father, his brother, Stanley, his brother's wife, who's also named Teresa, Adam's own wife, Teresa. Everybody was there waiting to hear what happened to Adam Jamis. And as Adam's family was being notified of his death, a 27-year-old new mother, Mary Reiner, was shopping at a Frank's Finer food store in Winfield. She had just given birth to a baby boy named Joshua a week prior and had checked out of the hospital the day before. Joshua was her fourth child. She also had a 21-month-old son named Jacob and two daughters named Dawn and Michelle. While she shopped, her mother-in-law was sitting for the two youngest at home. When she got back home, still sore from her recent labor, she took 2 extra-strength Tylenol and within minutes felt ill. She got up and tried walking to the bathroom, but felt so dizzy and was settled to a chair in the kitchen. At this point, her husband Ed had just come home with their daughter Michelle. He walked into the kitchen and he found his wife in the chair having a hard time breathing. He sent their little girl Michelle upstairs and he called an ambulance. And as he was calling an ambulance, his wife fell to the floor and began to convulse. An ambulance came and rushed her to Central DuPage Hospital in Winfield, and 8-year-old Michelle watched from her bedroom window as her mother was taken away in the ambulance, and her mother would not be coming home again. At 5 p.m., the Janis family returns to Adam and Teresa's home to mourn for Adam, to plan the funeral, to be together. Adam's younger brother was named Stanley, and he had a bad back, and the whole situation was just weighing on him that his brother had just died so suddenly and left behind a wife and children. It was a very sad situation. The whole family was very upset. So Stanley, seeing a bottle of Tylenol still on the kitchen counter, decided that he was going to pop a couple of the Tylenol. And his wife, Teresa, also decided that she was going to take a couple of Tylenol. He took the Tylenol. She made a quick phone call to her parents to explain what was going on, and then she took the Tylenol. And then Stanley decided he was going to go outside and have a cigarette. As he was walking to go outside, he fell to the floor and began convulsing. His wife, Teresa, got down, trying to figure out what was going on with him. She called an ambulance. The ambulance got there very quickly, but as soon as they got there and began working on Adam, Teresa fell to the floor and began convulsing. So at this point, the EMTs have no idea what's going on. They had sent an ambulance to that exact address earlier that day. Now they were sending an ambulance there again for another man, his brother, who was having the same kind of reaction. And as they're there working on his brother's wife falls to the ground and begins to have the exact same symptoms. Charles Kramer, a lieutenant with the Arlington Heights Fire Department, he told the Daily Herald, "When I arrived at the house, there were cars and people everywhere. All 8 of my men were working, 4 on the man and 4 on the woman. Everything that would happen to the man would happen to the woman a few minutes later." So the ambulance was called at around 6. So it's about 6:30. Dr. Kim is getting ready to go home for the evening when a nurse rushes up to him and says that the Janis family is coming back to the hospital. Initially, he thought it was the parents, that they were incredibly upset earlier when he told them that their son had died. Maybe they were coming back with some kind of heart issue or stress response. But the nurse corrected him and said, "No, it's his brother." Dr. Kim responded, "Well, what happened? Did he faint?" The nurse responded, "They're doing CPR and they're working on his wife, too." Dr. Kim realized at that moment he wouldn't be going home just yet. He was pulling his hair out, trying to figure out what had caused the deaths of 3 young and seemingly healthy individuals. And all he could really come up with was a poisoning of some kind. The only way he could test for poisoning was to test the blood of the victims. They didn't do those kinds of things in the hospital. He didn't know how they were done. He'd never done it before. He called several poison control centers, and he reached a Dr. John Sullivan, who worked at the Rocky Mountain Poison Control Center in Colorado. Dr. Sullivan, after listening to the symptoms of the Janis family, he came to the conclusion that it was cyanide poisoning. So Dr. Kim gathered up some blood samples, and he sent them to a local lab that did that kind of testing. He also directed his staff to contact someone at the public health department to get over to the Janis home and see if there was anything else that could be causing them all to sick, any environmental hazards, or anything in the house that they'd all been exposed to that could be causing 3 of the family members to suddenly just drop dead. Nurse Helen Jensen was in the middle of a late dinner when she got the phone call. It was Chuck Kramer, lieutenant with Arlington Heights Fire Department. He told her, "There's something going on here. We had a death this morning, and now we brought in 2 more from the same house, and they want a public health person there, and you're the only public health person I know." So she got up from her dinner and went to the hospital. When Helen Jensen got to the hospital, she saw Adam's wife, Teresa, standing alone. She walked over to her and she questioned her about all the things that had happened that day and the previous day, all the events, so she could kind of figure out what was similar, what was the main or common denominator between what happened to Adam, Stanley, and Stanley's wife, Teresa. Teresa, Adam's wife, now remember Stanley and Adam are both married women who are named Teresa, so it can get a little confusing. But one Teresa at this point is Stanley's wife. She's on life support. And one Teresa is alive and well, and that's Adam's wife. And Adam is the first brother who died. So Teresa told Helen Jensen that they had all eaten some peaches, drank coffee, and taken Tylenol. Helen Jensen knew that the best way to get to the bottom of it was to go to the house herself. Investigator Pichos from the Chicago Police Department, he also arrived at the hospital around this time, and he talked to Dr. Kim and asked him, "What's going on?" And Dr. Kim was like, "We don't know. It must be something that they were all exposed to." So Pichos as well decided that he should go to the house and check it out with the team. When Investigator Pichos and Nurse Helen Jensen were on their way to the Janis home, Philip Capitelli, an Arlington Heights firefighter who was off duty, was listening to his police radio, and he heard the first and the second call to the Janis home. He had heard from his mother about a similar death in another area of Chicago earlier that morning, Mary Kellerman. So he called his buddy and fellow firefighter Richard Keyworth, who was also the arson investigator to the Elk Grove Village area where Mary had lived. Keyworth had been listening to his police radio too, and they compared notes on the deaths of Mary Kellerman and the deaths of the Janises. That was when they found out that the paramedics' report showed that Mary Kellerman had taken Tylenol right before she died. And in a very smart and forward-thinking move, the paramedics had taken that Tylenol with them as evidence. At 6:30 p.m., while Dr. Kim is taking blood samples and calling poison control and trying to figure out what's going on with his patient. 31-year-old Mary McFarland, who was working at Illinois Bell in Lombard, told her coworkers that she had a headache. She had purchased a bottle of extra-strength Tylenol from the Woolworth store near her job the night before. When she got home, she had moved 17 of these pills into her purse. She took 2 of the pills, and right after, she began to feel dizzy and sick to her stomach. And just as she was trying to voice to a couple of her colleagues who were in the break room with her, and she wasn't feeling well, she collapsed. At 8 p.m., investigators Pichos and Mary Jensen arrived at the Janus home. According to Pichos, he expected to walk into the house and immediately have an idea. Say, oh, this is it. This is what was making them sick. But everything seemed, looked, and smelled normal when he walked in. There wasn't any smell of gas that might be escaping, a gas leak, something that was causing them to get sick. So he sent a couple of his guys to check out the basement, and while he did that, Helen Jensen looked around the rest of the house. And that's when she found a bottle of Tylenol, extra strength, in the medicine room. After Stanley Janison found the Tylenol on the counter and taken it, he had replaced it in medicine. That's where Helen Jensen found it. She opened the bottle, she poured it out into her hand, and she realized that there were 6 missing. It was a 50-count bottle, and there were 6 pills gone. So she did the math in her head, right? 3 people, all having the same kind of symptoms, all becoming critically ill. The normal dose of Tylenol would be 2 per adult, and there were 6 missing. She was sure at that point that it had something to do with the Tylenol. She brought that bottle back with her to the hospital. Pichos and his crew had gone down to check out the basement and discovered that there was some metalworking tools there. It looked like Adam Janus had been a metalworker. Maybe it was a hobby, maybe it was something he just did on the side. Either way, there was some signs that some metalworking had been done in the basement of the Janus home. So Pichos told everybody to check around because sometimes cyanide can be used in chemicals that polish metal, but there was none found. Once Dr. Kim had the Tylenol bottle from the Janus home in his possession, he called over to the firehouse where the Tylenol bottle from Mary Kellerman's home had been brought. He requested that that also be brought to the hospital. He opened both bottles and he kind of poured them out and checked to make sure that there wasn't anything else mixed in that he could see, and then he labeled them and stored them securely. At 8:15 p.m., in the middle of Helen Jensen and investigator Pichos looking through the Janus home, Stanley Janus is pronounced dead. His wife Teresa is still on life support, but she's not expected to live either. At around this time, Deputy Medical Examiner Donahue had already left work, but he'd forgotten something there. Since he only lived a couple of blocks away from the medical examiner's office, he walked back to work to retrieve what he'd left there. When he walked in, someone told him that something unusual was going on in Arlington Heights. At 9:30 p.m., 35-year-old flight attendant Paula Prince had just gotten in from a long layover. She was exhausted, she wanted to get home. But first, she stopped at a Walgreens. Here she is captured on camera purchasing some Tylenol. These would be the last pictures ever taken of Paula Prince. Because as soon as she got home, she changed into comfortable clothes before heading into the bathroom to remove her makeup and get ready for bed. But before doing that, she opened her new bottle of Tylenol and popped one in her mouth. At around 10 p.m., back at Northwest Community Hospital, investigator Pichos was sitting down with another officer to preserve the chain of evidence. And as he was doing that, Helen Jensen came in, and she was like, listen, guys, I think this has something to do with the Tylenol. Like, it makes sense. She said at that point they pretty much wrote her off, like waved her away. Oh, it's the Tylenol. Okay, Tylenol makes you feel better. It doesn't make you sick, lady. Crazy nurse. Go do some nurse work. Take blood pressure or something. Not necessarily that that's what happened. I just imagine that's what happens, you know. In the 80s, boys club, woman comes in, thinks she's cracked the case, and they're like, get out of here, you crazy little girl. She said she got so mad when they wouldn't believe her that she stamped her foot, which probably did not add to the, you know, I'm a big strong woman and I've solved this case when she stomped her foot. She believed that she knew what was going on and nobody would listen to her at first. Either way, investigator Pichos, he took both bottles, the Kellerman's bottle and the Janus bottle of Tylenol, and he compared them. He kind of wanted to see if they had any similarities, and he noticed that they both had the same lot number. It was lot number MC2880. He called over to the medical examiner's office, and he got Donahue on the phone, who told him to open up both bottles and take away. Pichos did open the bottles. He poured them out in his hands. He didn't think that anything looked strange or out of the ordinary about the capsules themselves, but he did notice in both bottles a strong scent of almonds. and he told Donahue what he was smelling, almonds. Donahue was like, okay, well, there's cyanide in those pills then. You're very lucky that you can smell this because only about half the population can smell cyanide. I did my own research on this, and actual numbers is about 20 to 40% of the population can't smell cyanide, so they don't carry the gene that's needed to detect the smell of cyanide, so don't automatically assume if you can't smell the smell of almonds or burnt almonds, that cyanide's not present, because you may be part of the 20 to 40% of the population that doesn't have the gene to detect the smell of cyanide, but regardless, investigator P shows he did. At this point, they knew that both of the Tylenol bottles had been tampered with and contaminated with cyanide. Cyanide is a chemical asphyxiant. It blocks the utilization of oxygen by red blood cells. You can be in an atmosphere with plenty of oxygen, and you can breathe it in, but it doesn't get picked up by the red blood cells, and you suffocate. It causes brain damage and cardiac arrest, and it typically happens very quickly. Ingesting cyanide is an incredibly painful and terrifying way to die. You feel as if you're suffocating, but you're breathing. There's plenty of air around you. It's not a good way to go. At about 1 a.m. on Thursday, September 30th, Dr. Kim received the results from the lab that had tested the blood. The results showed that the blood of the victims contained a massive amount of cyanide, between 100 and 1,000 times the amount it would take to kill a grown person. The levels in the samples were so high that the technician doubted that they could be real. Just to be sure, Dr. Kim called the director of the lab, waking him up at 2 a.m. He asked him to retest the samples, and he said he was also sending along some fresh samples of blood from Adam, Stanley, and Teresa. He sent both bottles of Tylenol along with coffee grounds and peaches from the Janus home to the Cook County Medical Examiner's office to be tested. An employee of that lab received a call from Dr. Kim at about 3 a.m. asking that the items be tested for cyanide. And at 3:15 a.m., Mary McFarland is pronounced dead at the hospital, the same hospital she had just checked out from after having her baby boy. Now, Michael Schaefer, who was a chief toxicologist at the Cook County Medical Examiner's office, he got the bottles, and he said as soon as he opened them, he knew something was wrong. 10 of the capsules were different from the rest. They were swollen and slightly degraded because the poison inside the capsule had started to eat away at the gelatin coating on the outside. And the capsules that were contaminated inside, they contained a moist, chunky, sort of crystalline substance, not your typical white acetaminophen powder. They ascertained from the state of the capsules that there was cyanide present in them, and that they must have been tampered with very recently because the decomposition of the exterior of the capsules, like the cyanide getting to the exterior of the capsules, that was in early stages. So they must have been filled and placed on those shelves very recently, within the last 48 hours. At 10 a.m., a press conference was held by Dr. Edmund Donahue to tell people in the area that they had found cyanide in Tylenol, and to warn them of the possible danger. If they had any, it would be a good idea, at least for a little while, not to take it. During this press conference, it was suggested that the Tylenol should be pulled from the shelves. Before the press conference aired, a reporter at the Chicago Sun-Times must have somehow gotten tipped off about what was going on, because he called a Johnson & Johnson PR executive and began inquiring about the company's sales volume of Tylenol. This PR executive, Murray, he got the feeling that something was going on. So he hung up with the reporter, and he immediately called Elsie Bremer. She was the head of the public relations department for McNeal Labs. When he got her on the phone, she'd already been apprised of the situation. She told him that the poisonings potentially had involved Tylenol, and she was walking into a meeting right now to deal with it. She would let him know what came up. By the time Murray hung up with Elsie Bremer, his phone was ringing again. It was the reporter from the Chicago Sun-Times again. In that small amount of time, he had figured out what was going on, and that the poisonings were related to the Tylenol because the press conference had aired, so he wanted to comment, but Murray declined to comment at that point. Meanwhile, in McNeil headquarters in Pennsylvania, it was chaos. They were getting tons and tons of calls from people who were worried about taking their Tylenol. They were getting calls from reporters who wanted information. The statement given to each reporter was the same.
Hang up.
the exact moments when police knew Chris Watts was guilty in his family's disappearance and the eventual found murder of his pregnant wife and 2 young daughters.
Hey, New York! With Cheap Caribbean, all-inclusive means more food. You're free to eat.
Hey, Johnson & Johnson was an innocent bystander in this. The bulk powder from batch MC2880 that was still at the plant had been tested and was found to be free of cyanide. Tylenol was the only product manufactured at that plant, and they never worked with or used cyanide there. However, according to the book Timers by Scott Bartz, that wasn't necessarily true, and the company had to retract their statement a few days later. In fact, cyanide was stored and used at McNeil Laboratories, where Tylenol was produced. It was used on a daily basis to test povidone, which was the chemical used as a binder in Tylenol. The main objective for Johnson & Johnson at this point was damage control, and they did such a good job with handling this crisis and doing this damage control that their process is still taught today in business schools of what you should do when something like this happens to your company. The right way to handle this. Robert Andrews, the assistant director of PR for Johnson & Johnson, he went to Chicago and he began to handle the press and make statements. And the statement was pretty much, we're all shocked and dismayed by this. The company was launching an investigation to track down all bottles with lot number MC288. And by 3 p.m., Johnson & Johnson had announced a recall of all bottles.
Can't revive them. Can buff them, but you can't revive them.
Initially, overnight, the market share of Tylenol dropped from 37% to 7%, which overnight is an incredibly steep and scary drop for a company. Even though the deaths had only been reported as to happening in Chicago, no one in the country felt safe opening their medicine cabinet and taking a Tylenol capsule. Nobody. I mean, would you? People were predicting the end of the brand. There was no way that they could recover from this. Whether they had been directly or indirectly responsible, or if this was just a random case of somebody tampering with pills once they hit the shelves, it didn't really matter. The Tylenol name now carried a feeling of terror that would not soon be forgotten. Calls began flooding into the medical examiner's office of people concerned that they had taken Tylenol and that they were going to die. And pretty much the response they got was, if you feel well enough to have made this call and you're still standing, you're probably not going to die from the Tylenol you took, but please don't take any more.
They had it. Tell them to go to the emergency room. If they don't have that, they took. They're probably going to have no problem with it. Just hold on to the bottles. Don't take any Tylenol extra strength for the time being until you hear otherwise.
They realized now that this was a crime. Somebody was doing this, and they could do it again with anything at any time. Because it seemed at this point that it wasn't just that one lot number that was affected. Even though Adam Janis's bottle and Mary Kellerman's bottle had come from lot MC2880, Mary McFarland's bottle had the lot number 1910MD, which came from a completely different manufacturing plant. This led officials to start forming their theory that the contamination had not happened in the factory or during the manufacturing process, since it was unlikely that 2 separate plants would have 2 separate people working in them who were orchestrating their efforts to poison a bunch of people. It was just one person who had suddenly gotten this idea and thought it was a good one. Maybe a disgruntled employee of Johnson & Johnson, maybe a disgruntled employee of McNeil, maybe a disgruntled employee of one of the drugstores that it had happened at, but just one random crazy person. So the fact that the bottles were from different lot numbers now pretty much made authorities believe that Johnson & Johnson had nothing to do with it, that it wasn't something that was going on in the plant, that it had happened after they had left the warehouses. The recall was expanded to include an additional 171,000 bottles, bearing the lot number of 1910MD. At 1:15 p.m. on September 30th, Teresa Janis is taken off life support and she dies. A few hours later, at 5 p.m., police discovered the body of Paula Prince. Her sister was supposed to meet her for dinner, but she hadn't shown up. She wasn't answering her phone, and she'd been a no-show for a flight on Friday, so her family called the police to do a wellness check on Paula. When they got there, the Tylenol bottle was still open on the bathroom sink, and she was lying dead on the floor. She had been dead by the time they'd gotten on television at 10 a.m. that morning and told people to stop taking Tylenol. Her bottle of Tylenol was collected and checked also, but it was found that only one of the pills inside.
We have reached a golden age of medical science. It's giving us a depth of understanding of human disease, which we tap into to lead to new therapies.
Name Named an IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus, Tucson is safe for you and your wallet. Hyundai, the longer you look, the more there is to like. Get a Tucson for $119 a month, or 0% for 72 months, plus $1,000 event cash. Find your new Tucson at buyhyundai.com.
Her bottle had cyanide in it, and her bottle wasn't from any of the other lots that the other bottles of Tylenol.
Then as you can see...
Different lot. The lot that Paula Prince's bottle had come from was from lot 18.
Thank you. I am Knight Lautrec of... I truly appreciate this. And I...
Police officer at the Navy Pier when she got the message.
Yes, very sorry. I've just...
The thought most prevalent in her mind, how many others could there be? She was on her way to another event at the Symphony Center. She had the superintendent of the police, the commissioner of the fire department, and the doctor in charge of the health board all meet her there in a back room. They conferred and then sprung into action. They had flyers printed in all languages and made plans on how to make sure that the public was properly notified. Mayor Byrne held a press conference from 11 p.m. until well past midnight. It was clear now that this was not an event that could be easily isolated, pinpointed to a specific area or a specific lot number. Better to be safe than sorry. She asked all residents to turn in any Tylenol they had purchased, and under no circumstances should they take any more, not even in liquid or tablet form. Prior to this, the FDA had made an announcement that consumers should stop using Tylenol, and they also claimed that Johnson & Johnson was not responsible for this tragedy. Now, according to author Scott Bartz, author of Time Years, he claims there was no way that they could have possibly known this at this time. The deaths had just begun, and it would have been pretty impossible for the FDA to have checked any of the Tylenol manufacturing plants, much less thoroughly. In fact, at that point, there had been over 300 complaints made against Tylenol in the past 3 years concerning tamperings, contaminations, mix-ups, and the FDA didn't even have access to that. Nobody had access to that until many years later. That was in 1991 when the company was compelled to hand over this information during a lawsuit of the families of victims who had died during the 1982 Tylenol murders. Some complaints stated that capsules were missing. Some said that other medications were mixed in. Some even said that there was foreign objects mixed in with their pills, like a fingernail and pieces of metal. Sounds like Jaclyn Hill got her lipstick done at the same place where these Tylenol bottles came from. So why had Johnson & Johnson been receiving these complaints, things just being mixed in with the pills, for years and hadn't made any moves to change their packaging? Now, in 1982, you have to understand that there was no precautions taken for packaging. There really wasn't precautions taken for anything. You could just open something in the store, taste it, or look at it,
Come again. The effective...
close it, put it back on the shelf. Nobody would know that you've done it. It wouldn't look as if it had been opened. Tylenol, like most over-the-counter medications, is attached to caps stuffed into the bottles. Stuffed into the pill bottle, but you only have it there because people expect it to be there. People think that's what's normal, and that's what they should see when they open their pill bottle. But because of the new technology made for serving pills, there's absolutely no confidence there. Consumers, we as the public, we expect it to be there, which is so strange because I hate that cotton shelving pill bottles. It feels so weird. I don't like it. I don't like having to pull it out every time I want a pill. Ugh. Anyways, after this, Johnson & Johnson would go on to create a whole new tamper-proof packaging, which included not only the cap, but that plastic,
the effective,
basically sealed around the cap, and then not only that,
but
the foil over the pills. After you get through those steps, you have the foil that you would have to take off, and we'll talk about that in a minute. But if they knew that they were already having issues with things being in the pill bottles, it shouldn't have been in the pill bottles. Why had they not made the decision to make these changes much earlier? Well, these changes would obviously cost quite a bit, and that's why they had been put off for so long. But it's a question that we should ask ourselves. We're looking at big companies. Why does it take people having to die for something to be done about a potentially very dangerous situation? And it's a good question to keep in our minds as we go through this. Because although Johnson & Johnson and McNeil and basically the big companies and the big corporations that were involved in this, they denied that they had any wrongdoing and that they had any fault in these people dying. A lot of the victims' families disagree, and if you just look at it on a whole, if those furious about things being in there that shouldn't be in there, this never would have happened and those people would still be allowed to stay. On Friday, October 1st, the Attorney General said that authorities were putting together a list of possible suspects, either on the end of distribution, the end of manufacturing, the end of the retail, all those areas. They were being looked at to see if there was any employees in any of these areas who may have been disgruntled, may have been voicing some dissatisfaction with their employer, or may have been recently fired. But within a few days, he seemed to have changed his tune and started saying that it was only possible that the poison had been put into the pills the day before they'd been stocked because the degradation of the gelatin and the pill casing was still in early stages when they were found. He said it was most likely that somebody had done this on the evening of Tuesday, September 28th, putting the pills that they had tampered with in the front, so they would be the first ones lost. He theorized that the killer must have been in possession of one Tylenol bottle, which had cyanide-filled Tylenol capsules in it, and then he or she just went around to different stores and replaced the good pills, or a couple of the good pills, in each Tylenol bottle with some of the bad ones. On October 2nd, Mayor Byrne got up and had a press conference and basically outlawed the sale of Tylenol in Chicago. The Chicago police were ordered to remove every single bottle of Tylenol off the shelves by 6 p.m. that evening. Authorities did go from store to store, manually pulling each Tylenol bottle off the shelf, and then those Tylenol bottles were sent away to be looked at. People and residents of Chicago were also encouraged to turn in bottles of Tylenol that they currently had in their possession that they had bought. The New York Times reported that 2 bottles from an Osco jewel store in Woodfield Mall had contained poison pills. It was an encouraging, albeit scary find, because the bottles may have provided some evidence, such as fingerprints. 2 additional bottles of Tylenol containing cyanide-laced pills had been turned in by Chicago residents. Officially, there were 8 bottles of tampered pills found in the Chicago area. There may have been more purchased that once the news came out got thrown away or flushed down the toilet. We will never know. A survey conducted found that 60% of Chicago residents had destroyed or discarded their Tylenol capsules within the first week after the murders. On October 4th, at the behest of Mayor Byrne, the Chicago City Council passed an ordinance that all drugs sold in Chicago drugstores should have tamper-resistant packaging. And on October 5th, Johnson & Johnson recalled every single Tylenol product that was out there. Over 31 million products valued at over $100 million. So, I mean, as you can see, the first couple of days of this tragedy and this crisis, they are focused on controlling it, making sure that the cyanide pills are all turned in, making sure that nobody's taking them, making sure that everybody knows what's going on so nobody's taking them, keeping the public safe and doing damage control. But after that, they started focusing on trying to figure out who could have done this, who could it have possibly been. And they had a couple theories, a couple options. Hotlines were set up and people could call in with tips, day or night. Any information was listened to. They were really, really on top of this at first. You had 100 police officers on this Tylenol task force running in press wagons, trying to follow every lead that came in, even though a lot of the leads were nonsense, like people just claiming they'd done it when they hadn't. And it was a media circus. You couldn't pick up a paper or turn on a TV anywhere basically in the country, even outside of the country, internationally, people were hearing about this and reading about it in the papers and seeing it in the news. Like I said, their first way to go was to find a disgruntled employee, and they thought they'd found one. Johnson & Johnson had previously had some issues with talcum powder, customers finding green stuff growing in the talcum powder. A team of chemists had discovered that it was green mold, which usually grew in damp oaks. And in the talc mines where the powder was being mined from, they had oak pellets. One of the chemists on that team had been fired, and he was described as being very smart, very charismatic, and a person who could lie through his teeth and you'd still believe him. But when the police questioned him, he didn't seem upset with the company. He didn't seem like he had an axe to grind, so they moved on.
Well, I'll use
John Douglas, prolific criminal profiler who was literally just starting in his career at that time. I'm sure everybody here knows who John Douglas is, but if you don't, you should look him up. He's a very famous FBI agent. He's a very famous criminal profiler. He's written 2 books. I think only 2 books, but they're both fantastic. So you should look him up, but this was just at the beginning of his career, and they brought him in to make a profile about who might be committing these murders so they could narrow down who they needed to find. Douglas stated that the killer had not seemed to target a specific store or person, that there seemed to be no motive and to just cause chaos.
Don't get yourself night.
Was witnessing a form of terrorism. Someone, somewhere, could contaminate almost anything they bought, and they would innocently consume it and die. He created a psychological profile of
Well,
what
you
kind of
need
person
it.
this might be. He thought that this might be a man who had a long string of failures in his life, who would probably have a record of complaints and injustices done to him. He would usually gravitate toward positions of authority.
Most weapons and armor are mighty, but every hunk of metal has... If you notice durability, you can ask a blacksmith like myself the nice thing about weapons, so pay them. There are two types of weapon forging. Reinforcement is simple. It's just a simple task for any blacksmith. Hell, you could even put ascensions, a finer art. Ascension is the territory of we blacksmiths. Start out with reinforcement. When that loot, as you've noticed, you won't make it through the night without it.
A triple field method, which would make it obvious if the bottles
Forging armor is whether you forge weapons or armor first, but nobody, so whatever. You can forge armor just like it. Forging armor is even easier than whether you forge, but so. I'll be seeing.
Any consumer products, which is why we're seeing these ice cream workers being prosecuted for their tomfoolery today. In 1989, federal guidelines were established for manufacturers to make all their products tamper-proof. So when the case was reopened in 2009, it appeared the FBI had a DNA fragment that they believed belonged to the suspected killer, and they began checking it against the DNA of the suspects. One of these suspects was allegedly Ted Kaczynski, the Unabomber. Now, in my opinion, this was a reach for them. But let's go over them anyways. Ted was an Illinois native, and his first bomb was found in Chicago. Additionally, a man named J. Adam Mitchell had been poisoned by cyanide filled extra strength Tylenol 2 months before the Chicago poisoning. He lived in Sheridan, Wyoming, which is a city that is on the way to Ted's cabin in Montana, where he was living in 1982. There's also some loose connection between the Unabomber and the word wood. One of his surviving victims was named Percy Woods from Lake Forest, California. One of his other victims was president of the California Forestry Association. Additionally, it was reported that Kaczynski liked to use aliases with the word wooden, such as Frederick Benjamin Isaac Wood, whose address is 549 Wood Street in Woodland, California. The connection to the Tylenol murders and why he may have been involved was that two of the founders of Johnson & Johnson had the middle name Wood. So apparently he has a thing with the word wood. He used wood in some of his bombs, and so they put this connection together. They thought they were putting two and two together, like I said. I think that they were reaching, but he was a suspect, and they did ask for his DNA in 2009. The second suspect was named Roger Arnold. So remember how the psychiatric profile of who might have committed these murders is somebody who would always be a little too talkative about the killing or about the news story. A dock worker named Roger Arnold was pinpointed as a suspect, and he was a little too eager to chat about the poisoning at a bar one night. Someone called the police and pointed a finger at him. Arnold also had some strange connections to the victims that the police found suspicious. He worked at a Jules food store with Mariana's father, and the store she had purchased her Tylenol from was right across the street from where his wife was staying in a psychiatric hospital. When his home was searched, it looked as if he was a little bit of a DIY chemist. There were how-to crime manuals found, a bag of powder, and some beakers. The powder turned out to be potassium carbonate. When asked about it, Roger Arnold said, "I'm not saying what the chemicals were used for, but it was nothing illegal." It was eventually cleared that the media continued to follow him and hound him, print stories about him, and he was reported as telling the police that he would have liked to be on the case of the homicide of whoever it was who had turned him in. He refused to take a polygraph. He was given multiple weapons violations because they found some unlicensed guns in his home as well, but he was released on bond. However, he didn't want to let it go. He got more and more pissed as time went on, so he thought he'd figure out and went to the police. He suspected it was Marty Sinclair, the man who owned the bar that he'd been a little bit too talkative about that night. Someone called him a pet. So he followed this man. He was gonna make him pay. He waited for him outside of the bar, and when Marty Sinclair walked out, Arnold walked up to him and said, "You turned me in," and then shot him at point-blank range. The only problem was, this man was not Marty Sinclair. It's 46-year-old John Stanisha, a computer consultant that had just happened to resemble Marty. When Arnold approached him with a gun, he had no idea what he was being shot for. On January 15th of 1984, Roger Arnold was tried and convicted of murder and sentenced to 30 years. He only served 15 of these 30 years, and he died in June of 2016. Now, I don't think either the Unabomber or Roger Arnold were responsible for these Tylenol poisonings. However, the next suspect is a possibility. On Wednesday, October 6th, an extortion letter arrived at Johnson & Johnson.
As you can see, it is easy to place cyanide, both potassium and sodium, into capsules sitting on extortion. And since the cyanide is inside the gelatin, it is easy to get buyers to swallow the bitter pill. Another beauty is that cyanide operates quickly. It takes so very little, there will be no time to take countermeasures. If you don't mind the publicity of these little capsules, then do nothing. So far, I have spent less than $50, and it takes me less than 10 minutes per bottle. If you want to stop the killing, then wire $1 million to bank account number 84-49-597 at Continental Illinois Bank, Chicago. Do not attempt to involve the FBI or local Chicago authorities with this letter. A couple of phone calls by me will undo anything you can possibly do.
A big thank you to my friend John Crimes, another true crime YouTuber, who helped me out in this video and read that letter. So who had written this letter? Was the motive for the murders money the entire time? The bank account itself had been closed months before, and it was tracked to a man named Frederick Miller McCahey. McCahey has been known as the last surviving member of the Miller Beer family. But at this point, he was owner and operator of Lakeside Travel in Chicago. Of course, the FBI tracked down and talked to Frederick Miller McCahey, who denied having any involvement in the murders, of course. And to be fair, if he had tried to extort Johnson & Johnson for money, why would he have sent them to his own bank account? However, when they showed him the letter and asked him if he had any enemies, people who had a grudge against him, he said two names right away: Bob and Nancy Richardson. But Bob and Nancy Richardson did not exist. Their real names were James and Leanne Lewis. And James Lewis had a dark and mysterious past. When he was 19 years old, he chased his mother with an axe. And in 1966, he was committed to the Mississippi State Mental Hospital after taking 36 Anacin pills. He was diagnosed with catatonic schizophrenia, but later he would claim that he had faked all of this in order to dodge the draft for the Vietnam War. In 1978, James Lewis had been arrested for the murder of his neighbor, Raymond West. Now, the story with James Lewis is a bummer, and I will put a link in the description box if you want to look more into it. But basically, he and Leanne met, and it pretty much changed his life. If you think about it, and you forget everything else about
still thinking about
it. It's a very sweet love story. But it set him straight, I guess, in a way. They became best friends. They became each other's ride or die, Bonnie and Clyde. It was very romantic and sweet. It was like one of those there's somebody for everybody out there kind of scenarios. And they had a daughter together. Her name was Tony Ann. She was born with some health problems, but it didn't affect their marriage, and it didn't affect how much they loved their daughter. The Lewises met Raymond West when he was walking by their service business called Lewis & Lewis Business Tech Service, located on Truce Avenue. Raymond had been walking by the store when he saw little Tony Ann inside, waving at all the people as they passed. So he went in and introduced himself to the family, becoming their client and friend. Sadly, in 1974, the Lewis's daughter, Tony Ann, who had been born with health problems, died after having corrective heart surgery. And Raymond West was there to comfort the couple and mourn with them for the young life lost. Now, Raymond West had lived in that neighborhood since 1946, and he was well known by his occupants. He could often be seen walking, or working in his flower garden, or just sitting on his porch. So when, at the end of July 1978, people no longer saw Raymond walking about or tending to his flowers, They got worried, especially a friend of his, Charles Banker, who had known West for 30 years and had never not been able to get a hold of him for more than a few days. Charles went to Raymond's house to look for him and found his car in the garage, his doors completely locked. He wasn't answering when he knocked, so he called the police and reported his friend missing. The police questioned people in the neighborhood, including James Lewis, who claimed that Raymond had told him that he had gone to the Ozarks for a little while with his new girlfriend. Now, when Charles Banker heard this story, he became more suspicious. Like I said, he'd known Raymond West for 30 years. And Raymond had been a bachelor for that long. He never had a girlfriend. He never talked about having a girlfriend. Charles Banker didn't believe that Raymond would get into a relationship with some woman and run off to the Ozarks and not tell him about it. When Banker returned to his friend's home, there was a note on the door that said, "Ray is out of town till Thursday. For further info, call Jim." And it was written on Lewis & Lewis letterhead. Banker also noticed that when he had been there originally, a shade had been left up in the bedroom, but it was now pulled down, as if someone had been inside. He called the police again, and this time they entered the house and seemed to find everything in order, but there was a note on the table that said, "Don't disturb till after 1, sleeping late." And it was signed Raymond. Once again, Banker expressed to the police that he felt there was something wrong. Raymond always went by Ray, and the handwriting in the letter was not his friend's. Charles Banker immediately put new locks on the door, and he gave a set of keys to the police, and he kept a set for himself. That way nobody but him or the police could get inside that house. Now, as he's finishing up, installing these locks, who pulled up was James Lewis. And James Lewis was like, "What the hell are you doing here, man?" Charles Banker responded, "What the hell does it look like I'm doing here, man? I'm putting new locks on the house." And at first, Lewis seemed upset about it, but then he was like, "Oh, okay, cool." And he drove away. But he only drove away a little bit down the road, parked behind like a delivery van. And everybody was like, "Why is James Lewis parked behind the delivery van, like watching us?" And then the delivery van pulled away, so he was still sitting there in his car, like in plain sight.
Somebody!
And everybody who was still
Please let me out of here! Somebody, help me!
We see him. Does he
Damn, I'm finished. How did this?
He was there for about 5 minutes after the delivery truck left, and then he left himself. But it was suspicious, and it made Charles Banker even more suspicious.
Thank you. I am Griggs. I am much obliged to you. I may now resume my trip.
Returned to the house a few weeks later on August 14th, and as
Oh, hello.
soon as
I'm
he
fine.
walked in, he smelled
I will rest. I have my sorcery. Besides, I have...
The house had obviously not been disturbed.
Oh, hello. I'm fine. I have my... Besides...
The smell that was permeating through it made it pretty clear to him that he was now looking for a body. So he went around the house. He was kind of checking things out. He went into the spare bedroom. And he was trying to get some things on the floor of the bed there when they'd originally gone through the house. But he tried looking a little bit closer now. He kicked the pillow that was laying on the floor, and underneath he saw a length of rope that Raymond used for his keychain. He would thread it through his belt and use it for his keys. And upon closer inspection, where the sheets on the floor had dried blood on them. He called the police again. Police showed up, and this time they found some stuff. They went in the basement where they found a bloody lawn chair. They found a garbage bag that had Raymond's glasses in it, his toupee, some bloody sheets. And in an upstairs bedroom, they saw a foot-long stain on the ceiling. So they were like, "Oh, we have to go in the attic and look." They climbed up to the attic, and that's where they found Raymond's body. Now, I'm not going to tell you the condition that he was in. It was very graphic. He was dismembered. He was pretty much chopped up, but it gets more graphic. I will put a link in the description box to a news story if you want to check that out. And if you're really interested in those kinds of things, I don't find it necessary. But he was dead, essentially. And now that they had a body, they had to find a motive, which was pretty easy work, actually, because they noticed that a check had been drawn from Raymond West's account the day he went missing. A $5,000 check written to James Lewis. When they asked James Lewis what it was for, he said it was a loan, a business expansion loan. But when Charles Banker heard about this, he was like, "No way, no, not my Raymond West. My Raymond West was so cheap. Once he gave a kid in the neighborhood $5, and everybody started joking that he was a big spender. And I give James Lewis $5,000. Once they searched Lewis's car, it became pretty clear that even though he claimed he was not in possession of Raymond's house key or checkbook, they found a large briefcase filled with Raymond West's papers, 20 feet of white girl garbage bags, and a bundle of blue. James Lewis was arrested for the murder of Raymond West, but the police released, and basically, if you ask me, got away with murder, but he wasn't done with the law yet. In 1981, authorities searched the Lewis home after reports came in that he was using his tax business to run a criminal enterprise. In his home, they found enough evidence to put out an arrest warrant for James Lewis for credit card fraud. The Lewises had already fled, and they did arrest. Okay, so James and his wife were together. They lived in Kansas City. Raymond West lived in Kansas City. Raymond West was killed in Kansas City. But once James and Leanne realized that the authorities were onto them, they fled and they ended up in Chicago. That's how they became Bob and Nancy. And that's when Leanne began keeping the books for Lakeside Travel, owned by Frederick Miller McKay. And for a while, they lived there as a completely normal couple. James would walk Leanne to the bus in the morning. He was dressed in a suit. He would hold her hand, drop her off at the bus, go to work, give her a kiss, sometimes he would visit her during lunch, talk to her coworkers. Sometimes he would take her out for lunch. They would go to the movies and go bowling with people in their building. They had friends. They were normal, and they were pretty much, for the most part, alike. But at some point in that summer of 1982, summer before the Tylenol poisonings, James Lewis, or Bob Richardson, became obsessed with Frederick Miller McKay. Apparently, when McKay had taken over the business a year prior, it had started to struggle. Bank accounts were overdrawn, airlines had pulled the agency's ticket privileges. I'm sure that Leanne, aka Nancy Richardson, went home and told her husband all about it. She would eventually end up leaving the agency, but in April of 1982, right before she did, she took a big stack of blank envelopes and stamped them with postage at a Pitney and Bowes meter. The postage date that was stamped on those envelopes was April 15th, 1982. A week later, Lakeside Travel was out of business and the company sent out a round of paychecks, final paychecks to everybody, and Leanne was the recipient of one of those. It was for something like $511. However, all of those checks bounced. So basically, Leanne and James Lewis became like the spearhead of this movement against Lakeside Travel and against Frederick Miller McKay. A bunch of the employees got together. They were all going to try to sue the company to get their money. But as you know, in cases like this, it doesn't matter how much the individual has. If the company doesn't have any money, you can sue the company all you want, but the individual who owns that company doesn't have to pay out of their own personal money. And what happened was James Lewis suspected that McKay was funneling money out of the Lakeside Travel business account to his own personal account. Basically, he thought there was all kinds of underhanded things going on. They jumped through all sorts of legal hoops to try and get this money back, but the money was just not there. So the long and short of it, they didn't get their money back. On September 3rd, 1982, the Richardsons packed up their belongings and they bought 2 one-way tickets on the train to New York City, under fake names, of course. When the letter was sent to Johnson & Johnson with the postage date of April 15th, 1982, they lifted fingerprints from it, found that they belonged to a James Lewis, tracked James Lewis to Kansas City, where Kansas City was like, yeah, we know him. He pretty much killed his neighbor and hid him in the attic. Once they were settled in New York City, Nancy Richardson, they were still going by Bob and Nancy Richardson when they went to New York City. For some reason, even though they bought their tickets under different names, when they got to New York City, they still used the Bob and Nancy Richardson names for a little while. But anyways, Nancy Richardson, she got a temp job at a real estate agency, but she wasn't there long. She started working on September 20th, and she showed up every day and did her job and was a good employee until the day of October 15th, when she called in sick. In the time since they had figured out who had sent the letter, James and Leanne's faces had been flashed all over the news. And the day before, on October 14th, James had been walking through the lobby of the motel they were staying at, and the owner of the motel looked in and was like, I know you, don't I? And James was like, no, you don't know me. I'm new here. You don't know me. But what had happened is that hotel owner had recognized him. So James and Leanne didn't want to wait for this guy to turn them in. So James shaved his beard, and they assumed a new name, and they moved to another motel. They became Edward and Carol Scott. But James Lewis's plan had backfired. What he intended to do was to put Frederick Miller McCahey under the scrutiny of the FBI for this check that he bounced and for, you know, him basically screwing his employees out of their final paychecks and whatever else nefarious things he was doing behind the scenes. But what actually happened was the FBI and the authorities were much more interested in the person who was written on letters claiming to Tylenol that resulted in 7 deaths than they were in some little civil dispute between an employer and an employee. Now James Lewis found himself under a microscope. His past, which as we know was checkered, being looked at
There are nothing but hollows
and
in your identity.
the Tylenol man.
Go down along the lonely young cat, hardly a blood potato.
Allegedly sent a letter to the White House to Ronald Reagan saying that if there wasn't any
Don't run off.
tax policy, that he would be the next target. James Lewis also began communicating with newspapers. I guess he had sent some letters to the FBI and the Chicago PD saying, like, it's not me, I was just trying to set my wife's ex-boss up. But they weren't listening, so he was like, well, I better, you know, start talking to the media because it's the only way that my story's going to get out there. On October 27th, the Chicago Tribune received documentation of the McCahey payroll incident. Included inside was a note written in James Lewis's careful cursive. As you have probably guessed, my wife and I have not committed the Chicago area Tylenol murders. We do not go around killing people. We never have, and we never shall. Contrary to reports, we are not armed unless one means in the anatomical paraplegic sense. We shall never carry weapons, no matter how bizarre the police and FBI reports. Domestically, weapons are for two quite similar types of mentality. 1, criminals, and 2, police. We are neither. Robert Richardson. He sent another letter to the Tribune.
Oh, hello. I regret meeting you under such at least. Oh, hello. Terrific and pray. Oh, hello. Terrific and.
Well, what do we have here? Let me guess. But there's no... there are one reports. I don't know. Well, there are collected bit by bit from corpses. And the quickest way, although I never do it, is to kill a health-coveting lady. What? Don't try any. Unexpected, but I suppose. What? Oh, that's all. Well, listen, one of the bands, you'll have to climb the stairs up the ruins. The other band is within, but I die again. Bloody hell, you are... I'm not up for...
That sounds like a splendid idea. I have the police who had handed the authorities a true criminal on a silver platter. All they do is...
I have you really. I am grateful to you for freeing me. Not enough for you. Well... By the Lord. But there are methods. Most fool now. Our futures are murky. Our futures are murky.
Claiming that he was going to murder more if he didn't get it done. Been shocked when he took the blame for a crime that was unsolved, and the authorities were investigating into him to see if he'd done it. He pretty much thought that he was smarter than them, that they would never look any further than McCahey. Leanne had pre-stamped those stack of envelopes in April, long before the Tylenol murders, long before they even left Chicago. So it appears that they were planning to just frame Frederick Miller McCahey for whatever they could. Any kind of plane crash or terrorist attack or anything that happened, a murder, they were going to use these envelopes to write a letter and take responsibility for it, to try to frame him or to try to get him under the microscope of the FBI, which is kind of shitty. James Lewis wasn't a social justice warrior. He wasn't a person who was being attacked for no reason by the government. He did things wrong, a lot of things, so they looked into him. And on top of that, he was running and hiding under false names and pretty much acting suspicious AF. So pretty much he did elude authorities for a couple of months, but finally he got caught. On December 13th, 1982, a librarian at the New York Public Library called the police and told them she had just handed 2 books to the man whose face was plastered on every newsstand in the city. The police approached him from behind, tapped him on the back, and James Lewis quietly stood, put on his glasses, and allowed himself to be led away. But they could not connect him to the murders, except for that letter. It was true he had left Chicago weeks before anyone died, so he was charged with extortion and sent to jail to await trial. But here's the weird thing about James Lewis. To this day, people still believe that he was the Tylenol killer. Some police believe he was the Tylenol killer. There's investigators who think that he could have taken a plane and flown from New York City to Chicago, rented a car, driven around, dropped off all this stuff into each store, and then flew back home, and nobody would have known or been the wiser. And I guess it's possible. Additionally, while he was in prison for extortion, James Lewis called U.S. Attorney Jeremy Margolis and offered to help with the Tylenol task force. Margolis accepted his offer and said, quote, he volunteered his services because he had time on his hands and he was very smart. They met several times and spent hours talking together about the murders and potential theories. Lewis arrived at Margolis' office with hundreds of pages of diagrams and ideas as to how the killings might have happened. One of these diagrams still hangs in Margolis' office. So Lewis goes into great and specific detail about how he might have committed the Tylenol murders if he was the one who had done it. He drew a diagram of how the killer might have used a breadboard to fill the capsules. He would drill holes in the board, place the empty halves into the holes, fill them with cyanide, and then scrape the extra off with a knife. He said the entire process could be done in your car, in a parking lot, which would allow the killer to buy, contaminate, and return the bottles all within a very short time. Very specific, almost as if he had experience doing such a thing. He was released on October 3rd, 1995, and I believe that he and his wife, Leanne, who waited for him while he was in prison, cute love story, they reside on the East Coast today. But James Lewis, he wrote a book called Poison, the Doctor's Dilemma. So allegedly it's a fiction, a murder mystery, true crime kind of book. On Amazon it has 2 stars and 4 reviews. The description of the book says, a rogue government employee, Agua Naranja, triggers earthquakes, threatening to level a Midwestern city.
Well, you need it.
Water supplies have been poisoned.
It was abandoned in favor of the church that you passed through. There are paths leading from here to 2 forbidden. They attract all sorts of lunatics. No one is cultured. It's fine to be undead, but
and the continuing and bizarre
Sands Fortress is an old proof. It is the only route leading to. Of course, most fools can't even find their way into that, but they won't stop trying.
Which I believe is Lewis himself, says, great book. An extremely well-written.
I know little of it, although I've heard rumors of a divine blacksmith. Those who get stumped in the catacombs seek him for divine weapons.
Is 1 star. And says rubbish. Next review,
I know little of those who get
the
it.
only book I'd burn. I find it interesting that this sociopath chose to write a thriller similar to events that he claims a lynch mob is charging him with. The title alone is distasteful and meant to rile. I laugh in the face of this disgusting clown as I would were Gacy to write a book. Poor Mr. Lewis is still trying to get attention. You're a sad clown. Sad clown. The next review is 1 star and says, I know he wasn't convicted, but isn't this the guy that was linked to the Tylenol that was poisoned? Also, I understand someone found one of this guy's clients chopped up in his attic, but this judge threw out the case due to an illegal search. Not getting my money. So, is the book good? I don't know. I'm not going to pay $13 to find out, which is absolutely ridiculous. Oh, it's $12. I'm not going to pay $12 to find out if this book's good. To me, it sounds like the fake movie that Michael Scott wrote, or he's Michael Scarn, if you guys are Office fans, and he plays across from the leading lady, Catherine Zeta-Jones.
I'll be seeing.
That's what it sounds like to me. So, but it's funny that he wrote a book about poison, about a mysterious person poisoning the town's water system or whatever. It's just funny. It's weird. Like, he was so mad about all the attention that he was getting, and he hated being called Tylenol Man, and people claiming he did this, yet he kind of used this later to publish a book. So, I mean, did he do it? I don't know. If he didn't do it, I feel kind of bad for him, because that's a lot of attention to get for something you didn't do. However, I still think he killed Raymond West, so I don't feel too bad. Now, one last theory comes from the writer and self-published author, Scott Bartz. Scott Bartz has written a couple of books at this point. I think he wrote, his first book was called, like, The Tylenol Mafia. Second one was Timers. I think he's still working on it. He's already come up with a third book called The Tylenol Man. But this is his opinion. Scott Bartz was a former pharmaceutical insider and whistleblower. He claims that together, the media and Johnson & Johnson and the authorities, they planted and kind of fed into this whole lone madman theory, that there was somebody going around poisoning the Tylenol who had no motive. He was just trying to, like, cause chaos and hurt people. Very early on, like I said, everybody was pretty much saying, okay, Johnson & Johnson had nothing to do with this. But Scott Bartz does not believe that the tampering took place on the retail end. He believes it took place on the manufacturing and distributing end. He believes that this madman theory is just a cover-up to protect the brand of Johnson & Johnson and Tylenol. And if you think about it, that worked, because Johnson & Johnson, they recovered very quickly. Within a year, they had regained their old trust and their old numbers. Because if it had been the case that poisoning had happened during the manufacturing or repackaging or distributing, Johnson & Johnson could have been held liable for these deaths, and this would have been a pretty big deal. And this would have been something that would have been much harder to recover from, maybe impossible. They would have gone out of business. Now, he pretty much thinks this because Mary Reiner had a bottle of regular Tylenol. That's what she bought. She bought regular Tylenol from the store. But there was a couple of extra strength Tylenol that were in that regular Tylenol bottle. And remember, she had just gotten checked out from the hospital the day before because she'd given birth. And at the hospital, they would prescribe their outgoing patients Tylenol. In fact, 90% of over-the-counter pain relief prescribed in hospitals was Tylenol. So it was those extra strength Tylenol in her regular strength Tylenol bottle that were poisoned with cyanide. But those had allegedly or supposedly come from the hospital. Therefore, Scott Bartz believes that it wasn't on the retail end, because this lone madman could have broken into the hospital and poisoned the Tylenol. And at some point, probably on the line, somebody in the factory had just taken a bunch of poison pills and dropped them in while they were being bottled up. And that's why some bottles got 1, some bottles had 5. There was all different amounts of how many pills were poisoned in each bottle. The theory is interesting. What makes the theory more interesting is they did reactivate the case in 2009, and the timing of that is suspicious, because after 25 years of a case not being solved, there's the Freedom of Information Act, which means we, the public, can have access to files about that case, but not if it's actively being investigated. So when they reactivated the investigation, it basically made it impossible for the Freedom of Information Act to go into effect for that case and its files. So basically, we can't see those files. And that's when they started taking, DNA samples. They took DNA samples from the Unabomber. They took DNA samples from James Lewis. They took DNA samples from the Arnold guy, even though he was already dead. They found skull capsules, took the hair out of it, and tried to get DNA from that. And apparently, what I've come to gather from their DNA escapades is the DNA that they have, that DNA fragment, doesn't match any of those 3 people. So now they started comparing DNA against retail workers or ex-employees, things like that. But it could be that they've reopened the case and they're doing all this DNA stuff and just running tests and talking to people, specifically so that we won't have access to the files and we won't be able to see exactly what happened. So that that is a valid theory. I did read a little bit of Scott Bartz's book, Time Years. It's called I Found It on Scribed. I think you can buy it. It is self-published. I don't know what that means to you. I don't think it makes him completely uncredible. I think it just makes him unpopular. But the point is, if something like that had happened on Johnson & Johnson's end in manufacturing or distributing, it would have ended their company. And this is a big company. And this is a company who has had many issues before with especially their talcum powder. People are suing them because they're saying it's giving them cancer, things like that. It's not out of the question that big business or big industry would do something like that or try to cover something up to protect their interests. It's just a theory. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. Let me know who you think did it, if any of the three suspects that I talked about. Do you think any of them possibly could do it? What do you think about the case in general? Unfortunately, it always takes something like this happening for companies to realize that they need to do more to protect their consumers. As I said in the beginning of the video, it bothers me that Johnson & Johnson had comments and complaints of foreign substances being in their Tylenol or their pills before, and they didn't make a move at that point to put into effect this triple sealed method, which would have prevented these deaths if they had. Or it would have been easier to pinpoint that it had happened on the company's end in their distribution or manufacturing plants if they had arrived at stores triple sealed, because they would have been much, much harder to tamper with. And now we have these idiot teenagers Snapchatting themselves, going into stores, taking ice cream out of the freezers, licking them or sticking their hands in them, and then putting the ice cream back in the freezer. So now when we get our ice cream, we're going to have a combination box or something, because one person ruins it for everybody. These idiots who are so bored with their lives that they have nothing better to do than to go into stores and lick ice cream or put their hands into ice cream that somebody else is going to buy and bring to their home and maybe feed to their children. I hope that I never catch them doing something like that, because I don't mess around with my ice cream. Anyways, guys, thanks for being here. Have a wonderful day. Stay kind and stay beautiful, and I'll see you next time. Bye.
Hey, New York! With Cheap Caribbean, all-inclusive means more food.
Mystery Mondays are always fun. I know you guys love them. And also, I am announcing my merch line, I guess. Merch line? I don't know. A lot of you have been asking me for months to do merch, and I never even thought about it before I was asked. I didn't know what I would do or how I would do it, so that's why it's taking me a little time. I wanted to really make sure that whatever merch I did provide for you guys to spend your hard-earned money on was good quality and something I really put my heart and soul into, and that's why it's taken like 3 months for me to finally have something to show you. Now, usually people use a Teespring, but I did look a little bit into Teespring, and there was some mixed reviews. People didn't like the shipping time. Sometimes people thought the quality wasn't great, so I ordered a shirt from there just to see what would happen, and I kind of found the same thing. The shipping times were a little slow, their customer service isn't very responsive, and I felt that the shirt I received wasn't as soft as I wanted it to be, so I looked into some other options, and I came across Bonfire. Now, Bonfire is a great company. I have somebody there that I work with one-on-one to help me through the entire process, which I really needed. I told him, his name's Zach. I said, Zach, you saved my life right now. Like, I want to cry. I'm so happy because I did not even know where to start, and he completely helped me every step of the way with everything. The way that Bonfire works, though, is a little bit different. So I have 2 designs that we started off with, and I can make new designs and introduce new shirts and new merchandise as often as I want. So every couple of months I can bring out new things so it doesn't get stagnant and old. But the way it would work is basically we run a campaign for like 5 or 6 days, and then you would order the shirts in those 5 to 6 days, and then nobody's shirt would get shipped out until the end of the campaign. So after the 6 days or the 7 days or however long the campaign is up for, you would then get your stuff shipped out to you. But it comes very, very quickly. They are really really good. And I really preferred the fabric, the materials. I found that a lot of t-shirts sometimes that you have made, they're like those Hanes t-shirts and not even the tagless kinds, the ones with the tag and they're like scratchy. And Bonfire uses more well-known premium brands of t-shirts, so I was really excited about that. And I'm actually wearing one right now. I know you can't see it, but I'm going to show it to you, and then I'm going to show you the other design, and I'm going to open the campaign to start as of today, and it'll go for 6 days. So we'll try this out. If the whole campaign style thing isn't something you guys like, let me know, and I can, put some designs on Teespring as well if it's easier for you guys. But I think this is really cool. I think it's a really good concept. They have very good customer service. They have really fast shipping times, and I just like them as a company. So let's try it out, see how it works, and let me know what you guys think. Okay, I'm gonna show you now. I'm so excited. Like, I've been wearing these since they came. I am so excited. Okay, so this t-shirt says, "Is it Monday yet?" And then it says hashtag Mystery Monday. And then the other design that I have is this one. So this says, "Don't come for me," and then it has my glasses. And I got this design in a long sleeve shirt. This design is the women's fitted, but there's a lot of designs on the website and a lot of different colors too. So they both come, I believe, in long sleeve, unisex, and women's fitted, and then there's like a slouchy tank top style as well. And we'll just start with these two designs. And there's all sorts of colors, like I said, all sorts of styles, but we'll start with these two designs, and then if this works out and it's something you guys like and you approve of, because I'm doing it for you, also, I think it's super cool that I have a t-shirt that's something I created that I can wear now. I'm so pumped. But if you guys like it and you approve, we'll release more designs and more styles, and we'll do special things like Halloween and Christmas and stuff like that. I'm super excited. Super excited. So I'm going to put the website, I'm going to go find my store, to find my store in the description box. Super excited. Guys, I just have to tell you, like, this is the coolest thing ever. I have merch, which blows my mind, and you guys wanted it, and I can't wait to get tagged in pictures that you guys take of yourself wearing this stuff. It's going to literally be like the end-all be-all moment of my life. It's just the coolest thing ever, and once again, I owe it all to you guys. Everything. I'm putting the stuff out there, but you guys are watching it and, giving me feedback and being there for me. And so everything that happens that's good for me happens and is good for you guys. Like when I hit that 100K subscriber mark and I get that play button, like, that's for you guys. That's dedicated to you guys. Even though Aiden is making me put it in his room because he wants it in his room, that's for you guys. I love you guys so much. Let's get started on the video. I gave you guys a little hint at the end of my last video that we were going to be doing Lacey Peterson. And why am I doing a Lacey Peterson video for Mystery Monday? The reason is at this point, Scott Peterson is appealing his guilty verdicts, and he is saying still, and has said from the beginning, that he's not guilty, that he did not do this. And I'm pretty sure everybody, didn't believe him at first. I definitely always thought he was guilty, and I kind of still do. I went into this research and looking into this case thinking he was guilty, as did everybody else in the world, right? So when I'm getting requests to do the Lacey Peterson case because Scott Peterson might not be guilty, to me that's mysterious. To me that deserves a second look. So I decided to look at this case with fresh eyes and open mind. Yes, I have my biases, of course, just like Casey Anthony, but I can look at a case and look at the evidence and look what is out there to be seen, and I can look at both sides of the story and try to figure out what's the truth, right? Because there's always three sides to every story. What one person believes, what the other person believes, and what the truth is. So hopefully I'm trying to determine what I think the truth might be after looking at what Scott says and what everybody else says. Tackle this in an unbiased way. I'm going to try to tackle this in a way where I'm looking at it as if I've never seen it before. But I'm going to give you my opinion as I go along. What I find to be suspicious, the things that he's doing that I don't find to be suspicious, what he says is suspicious, things like that. And I really encourage you to let me know in the comments if you agree with me or you disagree with me on these points. So everybody out there who's going to say, like, why are you doing this video? You're stupid, Stephanie. Stupid. Scott Peterson's guilty as sin. I agree with you. However, there's a lot of stuff that came out since that kind of showed things were happening in the case that we didn't know about, that we weren't told by the media. I kind of feel like the media and the police, who went so hard for Scott since day one, they ignored some of the things that may have made him look less guilty. So we'll see at the end of this video, or these series of videos, because of course this is a series, we could just cover Lacey Peterson in one video. We're going to see at the end how we all feel. Now I'm going to say, as I usually do, if you're looking for a Wikipedia recitation of the Lacey Peterson case and the Scott Peterson case, this is not the video or series of videos for you. This is going to be full of information, details, times, dates, and kind of get everything out there so that we can almost look at this case like a jury who had gotten all the information and kind of decided afterwards. Trying to get everything out there. Am I going to miss something? Yes, but I promise you I will do my best to get everything in there. On Christmas Eve in 2002, Lacey Peterson, who was 8 months pregnant with her first child, disappeared from her hometown of Modesto, California. On April 13, 2003, the bodies of Lacey and her son Connor were found washed up on the shore of the San Francisco Bay, miles away from each other. What happened to Lacey and Connor? How did a normal, happy, soon-to-be mother and her highly anticipated son end up having their lives snuffed out so soon and with seemingly no reason? Lacey's husband, Scott Peterson, is currently sitting on death row after being found guilty for the murders of his unborn son and wife. Still proclaims his innocence, and 13 years after being convicted of the murders, he appealed his sentence, claiming his lawyers mishandled his trial and asking for another one. I have to say that the similarities between what happened with Lacey and Scott Peterson and what happened with Shanann and Chris Watts are sometimes almost creepy as I went through this case again. I looked into the Peterson case years ago, a couple years after it first happened. And I remembered a lot of stuff from it, but not the small details. When I'm going through the small details, knowing how entrenched I was in the Watts case and how I pretty much knew everything inside and out about that case, it really started to strike me in an unsettling way. How similar these incidences were, how similar the murders of these women were, the dynamics in the relationship, just their lives in general, how the husbands acted before and after. It's like I'm reliving the Watts case all over again. So bear with me. I will from time to time make comments and say this is my first Watts. I'm not trying to take away from Lacey Peterson at all, but it's so stunning how similar they are. Obviously, Chris Watts to me is much of a worse case because of the fact that Bella and Celeste, Chris's two daughters, were murdered as well. I just find that it would be a lot harder and it would take a lot more of a psychopathic, cold-hearted killer to murder his two daughters that he's been raising for years. Not that it doesn't take a cold-hearted psychopath to kill his wife and the child she's pregnant with, but you understand what I mean, right? I know you're going to come for me in the comments. Those of you who like to pick apart everything I say is like, oh, so Chris Watts is worse than Scott Peterson, so you're on Scott Peterson's side? No, obviously that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I feel like it would take a more evil person to do what Chris Watts did. Let's move on. Now you guys know how I roll. In order to truly get perspective on somebody, why they do the things they do, their personality, the way they act, you have to go back to the beginning, their childhood. With Scott Peterson, I felt like I had to go back even further. On December 20th, 1945, a man named John H. Layton was struck on the skull with a pipe and murdered for $200 by an ex-employee of his in a salvage yard that he owned in San Diego, California. He was a married father of 4, and his only daughter, Jackie, was 2.5 when he was murdered. Shortly after, Jackie's mother had a mental breakdown from the stress of losing her husband in such a violent way and being left alone with 4 children to raise. And she took the 4 kids and placed them in the Nazareth house, which was basically an orphanage. Since Jackie was the only girl, she was separated from her 3 brothers. So imagine this little toddler girl, 2.5 years old, my Bella's age. She loses her father, then her mother, and then her 3 brothers, all in what I'm sure felt like overnight. It would be extremely traumatic, especially at this age. This little girl was Jackie Peterson, Scott Peterson's mother. 10 years later, when she was 13, Jackie would go back to live with her mother. But her mother, Helen, would die soon after Jackie graduated, on January 17th, 1962. Jackie bounced around at that point searching for love and giving it to all the men who didn't deserve it. She soon became pregnant with her first son, Don, and after the baby's father abandoned her, she gave Don up for adoption in April of 1963. She became pregnant with another child, this time a daughter, named Anne.
Still think I never had. Ah, I can't. I hope you...
Thank you, Con.
In 1964. But the father of Anne was already involved in another relationship with another woman, and he didn't want to have anything to do with Jackie or her daughter. Jackie gave Anne up for adoption as well in July of 1965. She became pregnant with another son before being abandoned by this child's father as well. When she found out at the doctor's office that she was pregnant, the doctor basically looked at her and said, "Listen, lady, this time, you should probably keep this one. You can't just keep giving your kids up for adoption. Have you ever thought about raising this one?"
I guess my Siri impression is working, even when I'm not trying. I can also do an impression of a toaster.
So that's what happens when I try to ask Siri how to pronounce La Jolla, California. I Google Home, and Siri start arguing about who is better. Super strange. So Jackie became a single parent, and she opened a dress shop in La Jolla, California called The Huron. It was said that she would often bring her son John with her to work, and that his needs would often be overlooked for the needs of the business, but I don't know if that's true. Just what people said. She met Lee Peterson, a divorced father of 3. Lee grew up very poor and worked for a trucking company before starting a successful packing and delivery business in San Diego, California. He was ashamed of his humble beginnings and made every effort to hide the fact that he had come from nothing, overcompensating with fancy cars and expensive homes, which of course led to financial strain. Lee was described by his family, to the people who knew him best, as private, introverted, didn't really know himself that well, wasn't really comfortable in life. It is rumored that his first marriage ended because he wasn't even really comfortable around his own kids. He didn't really have any interest in interacting with them at all. Jackie and Lee got married. He adopted her son John, and a year later, on October 24th, 1972, Scott Peterson was brought into the world. He was actually delivered by C-section, and he had to be put on oxygen and separated from his mother right after he was born because he had pneumonia. Scott would go on to be known as the Golden Boy by his family, his parents, and his siblings, even though Jackie had 1 son already, and Lee Peterson had 3 children. Scott was clearly their favorite, and they put him on a pedestal. His mother fondly likes to remember that it took him a while to learn to walk because somebody was always carrying him. In 1976, when Scott was 4, the family moved to Scripps Ranch, which was a nicer suburban area of San Diego than they were currently living in La Jolla. Lee would often take little Scott to work with him to deliver packages, and he said it made him feel like he had a little buddy with him, like he wasn't alone. He also made an effort to get Scott interested in the things that he was interested in, fishing and hunting and golf, especially golf. And the reason he gave for including his son in on these things and bringing him to work was because he said it thought it would be easier for him to spend time with his son and connect with his son if Scott was interested in his hobbies and the same things that Lee liked to do. So basically, you try to mold somebody into your duplicate, then you really like them better because you like yourself so much. That's what I got out of it, but I could be wrong. Jackie's older son got into some trouble in high school, and the family basically disowned him, and they sent him out of the state to live with relatives. Now, let's just unpack this for a minute. I'm obviously not sure what kind of trouble John got into. It could have been really bad. But his family disowned him for getting in trouble in high school, which I think is pretty common for kids in high school to do, get in trouble. I got into tons. And sent him away to live somewhere else. And yet Scott was placed on a pedestal, brought along with his father to work. He, taught him to play golf and taught him to fish and hunt and would bring him everywhere with him. But was he doing that stuff with John as well? Or was he not doing that stuff with John because John was not his actual son, was his adopted son? And when John got into some trouble, it kind of was the perfect time to send him away and erase in face of Jackie's past. So I just want you to see what kind of family dynamic we have here. That it's kind of toxic, I think. That it's...
What? No, because I went to bed early. Dad, I'm being serious.
You went to bed early?
Yes, and I got up.
Probably not the best way to raise kids. Not productive children. But anyways, let's move on. So Scott was getting most of the attention, right? Especially after John got married. Now it was basically like on him. He had to make his family proud. He was the only son left, basically. John was gone. We don't even know if he was in a different state. Like, you have to carry on to apparently, he handled this pressure very well and rose to the occasion. Scott Peterson was a Cub Scout, and his mother was his troop leader. Some of the other parents in his troop were a little bit different than the rest of the kids. He was very polite. He was very sweet, but he was quiet and preferred to kind of stay to himself. Whereas their kids were running around, you know, crazy, climbing trees. Scott preferred to kind of hang back and quietly watch. But something that people do remember about Scott, even in those days, was his smile. How easily he would smile, how big his smile was, and how it would light up his entire face. When Scott was in the fifth grade, the family upgraded their living arrangements once more, always trying to and they actually bought a really spacious, nice house in Poway. It had a swimming pool in the backyard, it had a nice big backyard that backed up to a creek. For young kids to grow up. He was chosen by his teachers at Rock Middle School to do some crossing guard before and after school. So he would be the kid and would have to, you know, kind of tell kids not to cross the road yet because cars were coming. And he chose his responsibility very seriously, once again. And people would be mad because he wouldn't let anybody cross. And the cars were like a mile away still, but he was very cautious. And he would say, like, hold on. And all the parents would get frustrated and, you know, never let anybody cross. In his teens, Scott worked at a country club in Rancho Santa natural ability is golf. And I have to say, Lee, probably not his natural ability with golf, since he's been shoving a golf club in his hand since he could probably walk. But anyways, he saw potential in him. And he said, he made a promise, he would buy his son a Ferrari if he could shoot putts. Now, my husband's a golfer. I am not. I find it incredibly boring. But I don't know what shooting par means. I don't know if it's hard to achieve. I have to think it would be. Scott really wanted that Ferrari. He was handed keys to a car. It was a much less expensive, much more appropriate car for a 16-year-old boy. That's the car for being good at golf. In high school, he was named the golf team's MVP twice. And by being a basic nice guy who wore polo shirts and leather attended Cuesta College, which is a community college in Rio Obispo, and he was there for about a year. He then attended California Polytechnic State University, where he majored in agricultural business. He shared a bachelor pad style apartment with friends, and they actually put like fake artificial grass on top of their flat roof, so they could all go up to the roof and drink beers and, you know, hit golf balls into the nearby fields. All his professors at Cal Poly once again loved him. Said he was respectful. He was smart. He was polite. One of his professors said, "I would take a class full that seriously." While he attended school, he supported himself and paid for his tuition by working several jobs. Golf courses and country clubs. He also worked at a place called the Pacific Cafe in Morro Bay, and that is where he crossed paths with a beautiful, outgoing brunette named Lacey Archer. Lacey was a bundle of energy and light and excitement.
Dude. What a humdrum.
Oh, she's...
Oh, my guess I will be so. It was a... Oh, miracles. Come again. The effect.
You look awfully... Times are grim. The least you can do is don't you dare meet my lady like that. You might scare her off. Oh, you again. I don't suppose we accompany my lady on... It is quite a chore, but I'm stuck with her. And Nico too. I can't very well abandon them now. Oh, it's you. We're the catechins aren't exactly my idea. What can one do? Rarian. Oh, it's you. We're to leave a moment. The catechins aren't exactly...
You are... Then we've no time to fraternize. We must... Did I not expect... Who are you? So are the looks of you. Did I not expect...
She might have been a little thing. I mean, 5'1" is short. That's 3 inches shorter than me, and I think I'm short. But she was strong, she was willful, she wasn't afraid of anything. Her mother, Sharon, recalls Lacey being such a good kid right from the beginning. It was 2 days after she'd been brought home from the hospital that she was sleeping through the night. My daughter is 2.5 years old and still doesn't. When she was young, she learned to love to grow things and to plant. She spent a lot of time working with her mother in their garden. And she learned everything about flowers and plants and how to make things grow and make things good. The family owned a dairy farm, and Lacey became very comfortable on the dairy farm. She would help out with the manure and milking the cows. She and her brother Brent would just spend time finding things to keep them occupied on the farm, which ended up being a lot of fun because it was always an adventure. Her mom said Lacey was a big fan of movies. She would watch the same movies that she loved over and over and over again. She would never get tired of them, especially Superman. She loved Superman. And Lacey's mom said it was almost fun watching these movies with Lacey over and over because Lacey would react as if she was just seeing it for the first time. She would laugh like she'd never seen the movie before, and when something happened that made her sad or emotional, she would cry, even if she'd already seen the movie 15 or 20 times. Sharon would have to screen the movies that Lacey would watch because she was so emotional and upset at what seemed to be the smallest thing. He can't watch Moana anymore because her father yelled at her at one point and he, broke down. The Hunchback of Notre Dame, forget about it. He will never watch that movie again. I made him watch it with me once because it was one of my favorite Disney movies growing up. And when Quasimodo came down from the bell tower for the Feast of Fools and everybody had masks on and they were dancing and he was happy. And then they unmasked him and started throwing things at him and bullying him, throwing food and fruit at him. Aiden had a mental breakdown. Was sobbing. He was grabbing the remote controller to turn it off. He just couldn't deal with it and see it hurt him inside so bad. But let me just say, the sensitive kids, when they're 6, 7, 8, and they feel horror when they see somebody else being abused, those are the kids that grow up to be the strongest social justice warriors. Don't discourage that kind of behavior in your kids, because I know people do that, especially with boys. Sharon and her husband Dennis Rocha divorced when the kids were still young, and this was hard for Lacey and her brother Brent, but they actually became much closer because of it. It's a very common dynamic when kids are going through their parents' divorce together that they actually form a stronger bond because they depend on each other and lean on each other. And even in the later days when Lacey was missing, you could tell how much her brother Brent really loved her and cared for her and was worried about her. The kids went to live with Sharon in Modesto, California, but they would still go back to the dairy farm on weekends and spend time with their father. Brent remembers Lacey would often want to hang out with him and his friends, which he didn't mind because he liked her, they were close. But when she became about 13, 14, he started to think it wasn't such a good idea because his friends would tell him, you know, your sister's really cute, and he'd be like, nope, nope. Lacey was the typical fun-loving teenager in high school. She was a cheerleader. She had a tight-knit group of friends. They would go to sporting events together at the school. They would have sleepovers where they would sneak champagne after the parents had fallen asleep and then end up being hungover the next day. Her friends described her as perky, energetic, bubbly, and chatty. She never changed from high school to college. She was studying ornamental horticulture at Cal Poly, and ornamental horticulture is actually the study of how to grow and arrange plants and flowers in a pleasing sort of way, I guess, for decorative purposes. So you would see somebody like this going on to be like an event planner or a florist or a wedding planner or a caterer or something like that. But it says a lot about Lacey's personality. Her mother said Lacey was born to be a housewife, was a natural born housewife. And not all of us are, I promise you. She loved to cook. She loved to decorate the home to make it look, you know, aesthetically pleasing. She loved taking care of people. She loved entertaining and having friends over and making these, you know, delicious meals that they could enjoy. Even in college, she was more mature than the normal college girl. Her brother and her stayed close even when she went to college. And he would often drive down to visit her at school, and he said instead of taking him to keg parties, she was taking him on wine tasting. She was mature. She knew what she wanted in life. She knew who she was. She didn't need to find it in the living room of some fraternity while she was doing a keg stand. She had a more refined taste. She had a more mature outlook, and she didn't really feel like she needed to waste her time doing things that she knew wasn't going to get her anywhere. Scott and Lacey's paths crossed when she had lunch at the cafe he worked at. She must have spotted him from across the room, saw his natural way with people, his big smile.
Discover automatically matches all the cash back you earn at the end of your first year. Dollar for dollar. Millions of people a year get their cash back matched. What are you waiting for? Unlimited cash back match, only from Discover.
They say a picture is worth 1,000 words, but when you see what Mount Kisco Honda has to show you, you'll be speechless. Let us frame it to you this way. If you're in the market for a new or a used Honda, there's no reason to look any further than Mount Kisco. From sales to service, we have everything you need and then some. So stop by Mount Kisco Honda today. We'll give you something to smile about.
Smile, the way that he was charming everybody because he was working for tips. And she actually gave her number to a friend of hers who worked there and said, you know, give it to this guy. And the other server, Lacey's friend, gave it to Scott, but Scott threw it away initially. He thought it was just a joke. You know, he'd seen her, he thought she was beautiful, he thought she was out of his league, and he thought that they were playing a trick on him. But she went back to the cafe, and she asked him, basically, you know, she was like that, straightforward, and she said, why didn't you call me? I gave you my number. And they then started dating after this. Now, Lacey called her mother Sharon before they had even gone on their first date, and she said, listen, Mom, I've met the man that I'm going to marry. You need to get down here immediately and meet him. Sharon was like, well, did you go on a first date yet? Lacey said, no, well, we will. And they did go on their first date that very same week. Scott took Lacey deep sea fishing, which is something that he was very interested in, right, from his childhood and spending time with his father who forced his hobbies onto Scott. But Lacey, not so much. And it strikes me again, the dynamic is strange. Did Scott learn this from his father? That in order to be with somebody, you had to kind of make them like the same things you liked, or they'd be intolerable to be with? Or was he just trying to show off to Lacey to say, hey, I have these highbrow hobbies, look at me? A much better first date would have been maybe, you know, dinner and a movie. Sit down, have a meal with her, talk to her, see what kind of things that she likes to do, see what kind of things she's interested in. And maybe you wouldn't have taken her deep sea fishing on a first date where she would spend the entire time seasick on the boat because she doesn't like being on boats. She would have told you she don't like being on boats, and then you would have known not to take her. on that date, but maybe I'm looking into it a little too far. Sharon Rocha drove down to visit her daughter at school after Lacey and Scott's first date. She and Lacey, 12 red for Lacey, 12 white for Sharon. Scott knew how important Lacey's family was to her. Scott knew how much value Lacey placed in the family unit and in her own family. So he was being smart. If he wanted approval for his new relationship from the mother, he had to charm the pants off of her. And any mother would, be happy to see her daughter be courted and wined and dined like that. And then to receive roses of your own, he's including you in on it, not just showering your daughter with roses. Yeah, it's gonna impress the mother, and it did. Everyone who knew the couple in those early days could not say enough how much in love they were. They spent every moment together, and they were dating for about 2 years before Scott proposed. They got married in a beautiful outdoor ceremony with 150 of their closest friends and family, just 2 months before Lacey graduated from college. And from the outside perspective, it looked as if they were the perfect match. Both attractive people with big, happy smiles, educated, outgoing, and motivated to make life everything they wanted. After college, the two embarked on an adventure together. They went into business together. They turned an old bakery in a strip mall into a burger place that they called The Shack. They wanted it to become the place for the nearby college students to come on the weekends and hang out and get a burger and a beer. Scott used knowledge that he gained from working at the Pacific Cafe to get discounts on food and buy used kitchen equipment. Lacey used her interior and exterior design skills to turn the place into a really cool but also upscale kind of environment. There was peanuts on every table, but she also turned an old wine barrel into a garbage can. She had cool hand-painted signs on driftwood. There was an old fisherman's box that was posted over the entrance. It was just a really cool place, and it became the popular college hangout that they had wanted it to be. And they were both go-getters. They were young. They were just out of college, and they were opening a restaurant. They were embarking on something that's tough. I mean, 9 out of 10 restaurants do not make it past the first year, but they were so sure in themselves, and they were a partnership. They worked together. When Scott wasn't able to find anyone nearby who would install a vent that they needed to pass inspection, he went to LA and he got the certification that he needed to install the vent on his own. And Lacey was the perfect hostess. Scott said they already loved entertaining together. She loved cooking, they loved grilling out, they loved having people over. And he said, why wouldn't we open a restaurant where we can do all that stuff we already enjoy, stuff we're already doing, and get paid for it? In 2000, the couple sold their now profitable and busy restaurant for a profit, for a good amount of money, and they decided to move to Modesto. It was time to start a family. They had had their fun, they had been to college, they had a lot of spend nights drinking and partying with friends, and now they really wanted to start a family. There are rumors that Scott was not so keen on this, that he kind of put it off for a while, that he really didn't ever want kids. But Lacey did, and so they started trying. The move to Modesto was Lacey's idea. Her family was there. Her core group of friends from high school was there. She thought it would be a much better place to raise a family with people around who would be loving and supportive of them. In October, they purchased a home on Covina Avenue for $177,000. Scott went to work for a Spanish-based agricultural supply company called TradeCorp as their West Coast representative. His clients were made up of big farmers and flower growers in Arizona, California, and New Mexico. And because he had sales clients in a lot of different states, he often had to travel and go out of town, stay out of town for a couple of days for work. Lacey began working as a substitute teacher, but her main objective was to turn the new house into a home that was fit for the husband that she loved and the children that she knew she would love. She planted a flower garden outside, and they installed a swimming pool and a fence in the backyard. Scott joined a nearby country club. Lacey would have lunch dates with her friends from high school. They were living what seemed to be a really good life. They seemed happy. Everything was fine. It was all going the right way. In 2002, the Petersons became pregnant with their first child, a boy who would be named Connor Peterson. His nursery was decorated in a blue and white nautical theme, which is so sad, considering what would end up happening and where he would be found. The holiday season arrived in Modesto and at the Peterson house, and Lacey decorated their home for Christmas in between attending prenatal visits and Lamaze classes with her husband Scott. The day before Christmas Eve was a normal day for Lacey and Scott. Lacey has a half-sister named Amy, so they share the same father but not the same mother. And Amy is 6 years younger than Lacey. And she actually worked at a hair salon in Modesto where both Scott and Lacey would go to get their hair done. The day before Christmas Eve, they went to go see Amy that night to get Scott's hair cut. Amy had worked her normal shift that day, and then she left the salon to go to a local fruit stand or kind of a farmer's market and order a fruit basket that they were going to be giving their grandfather for Christmas. So she ordered all the kinds of stuff that she wanted in it, and then they were going to assemble the basket, and somebody would have to come back the next day between 12 and 3 when they closed to pick the basket up, the next day being Christmas Eve. When she got back to the salon, Scott and Lacey were waiting there for her, and she sat them down and started cutting Scott's hair. And while she was cutting Scott's hair, she talked to Lacey about plans for tomorrow and mentioned she had to pick that basket up between 12 and 3. Scott offered to pick it up for her. He said, I'm already going to be out. I'm going to go golfing tomorrow, so I'll be out that way anyways, and I'll grab it for you. And Amy was relieved because she was working again a full shift the next day from 6:30 to 2:30 p.m., so she didn't really want to cut it down to the wire where she wouldn't be able to get the basket because she had to leave work late, and it was just going to save her a trip. So she gladly accepted his offer to help. Amy says Lacey was wearing a black top with cream-colored flowers on it, cream capri pants, a black jacket, and a cream scarf. After Amy finished Scott's hair, Lacey wanted to know how to style her hair in the way where it would flip out at the ends. And so basically Amy got a curling iron and a flat iron and tried to show Lacey the way to do it, and they were kind of laughing and having fun with that. Scott then invited Amy over that night for dinner. He said they were going to grab pizza and watch football and asked if she wanted to come, but Amy said she already had plans, so she passed. Now from here on out, this is mostly going to be Scott Peterson's word. He says they left the salon around 6:30. They stopped and grabbed a pizza on the way home. When they got home, they ate the pizza and they watched Monday Night Football. After this, they got ready for bed in their pajamas. Lacey was wearing Scott's blue pajama bottoms. They got into bed and they watched a movie in bed, The Rookie. After that, they went to sleep. Now this would have been about 11:30, he believes, that they fell asleep. Also on the night of the 23rd, around 8:30, Lacey made a call to her mother confirming Christmas Eve dinner for the next night because they were going to be having Christmas Eve dinner with Lacey's parents. So now we find ourselves on the morning of the 24th. Scott says Lacey got up around 7 a.m. She got dressed. She threw his blue pajama bottoms that she'd been wearing to bed the night before in the hamper, where they were found by the police later, and she went downstairs to have some cereal. Scott said she had to eat as soon as she got up because she was pregnant, and if she didn't eat as soon as she got up, she would be nauseous. Scott got up around 8 o'clock. He went downstairs where he had a bowl of cereal, and Lacey sat with him while she ate a piece of toast. Scott planned on going golfing that day, so he took a shower, and as he was getting dressed, Lacey talked with him about her plans for that day. She was making a French toast bake for Christmas morning brunch, and she knew that the bread had to be marinated in the egg mixture for several hours, like something from 8 to 20 hours has to be marinated in this egg mixture before you can bake it. So she wanted to go to the store on that day, Christmas Eve day, so she could get the stuff she needed for the French toast bake, and she could marinate the bread. The recipe for this French toast bake thing was found on the countertop of the Peterson home. She said she also wanted to walk the dog that day, their dog Mackenzie. She walked Mackenzie every single morning. It was the way she stayed active during her pregnancy. And she said she was going to mop the floor and make gingerbread cookies. Scott then says he saw Lacey in the bathroom sitting on a bench that she would bring into the bathroom because she was having some swelling with her legs and her feet from the pregnancy, so she liked to sit down while she was doing her hair and her makeup. So he saw her sitting on this bench trying to flip her hair and style it in the way that her sister had shown her the night before. And when Scott talked to Sharon later, Lacey's mother, he said he recalled her sitting there because he thought, how cute does she look sitting on that bench trying to flip her hair up. Now the reason this timeline is so important is because later on, Scott would be accused of killing Lacey on the 23rd of December. The prosecution would go so hard on the fact that they believed Scott Peterson had killed Lacey Peterson on the 23rd of December. So all these things happening in the morning when I say the recipe was on the counter, showing she was going to make a French toast bake. The pajama pants that she took off that she wore the night before were in the hamper. These are things that are all supposedly supporting that Scott is innocent, or at least that he didn't kill her on the 23rd. And I don't believe that she was killed on the 23rd. When the cops came in later that day, they would find the bench in the bathroom, just like he said, and Lacey's curling iron sitting on the bathroom sink, unplugged, but the plug was like stretched and reaching towards the outlet that would have been above the toilet. Now, the Petersons have a housekeeper who I guess came through once a week, and the housekeeper said she'd been there the day before, and there was no bench in the bathroom, and there was no curling iron on the counter. At this point, Scott says he loaded 3 large patio umbrellas into the back of his truck. He wanted to bring them to his warehouse to store, and a neighbor actually saw him loading these umbrellas into his truck. She waved at him, he waved at her, and said good morning, and he seemed completely fine. There are some reports, though, that he seemed to be loading these umbrellas in on top of a bunch of other stuff in the truck, but none of these reports or sightings could be really validated. Scott went back inside and filled the mop bucket for Lacey so she could mop the kitchen floor, and he says she was watching Martha Stewart at the time, which is her favorite show, and as he was getting ready to leave, he heard Martha Stewart mention something about meringue, or making meringue, or something like that. As Lacey started to mop the floor, Scott kissed her goodbye. He left the house between 9:30 and 10 a.m. So here's my question. If they had a maid or a housekeeper who had just been in the day before, why would Lacey be mopping the floor that morning? If the housekeeper or the maid, whatever, had been in the day before, did the housekeeper not mop the floor? Was Lacey just a super clean person? Which I know she was. She was meticulous about the way she kept her house, which is exactly the way that Shanann Watts was as well. I always wondered how Shanann Watts kept her house so clean and picked up with 2 kids, because I cannot seem to do it. But Lacey was meticulous about the way her house was kept. It was very clean, it was very organized, so maybe she just mopped the floor every day, but that's not something that we really know that she did, so it would just be speculation at this point. Okay, so a lot of people, including Nancy Grace, who was very vocal about the Peterson case, they think it was odd that Scott would leave his pregnant wife to go fishing or golfing or whatever he ended up doing on Christmas Eve. I personally do not think that's odd. To me, it would be odd now to do that because I have kids. And if my husband wanted to go fishing or golfing on Christmas Eve, I'd be like, no, this is time to spend with your kids. But if we were single, if my husband and I, we didn't have kids, it was just us, and my husband wanted to go golfing on Christmas Eve, I would have no problem with that because I probably have a ton of stuff to do, and it's easier for him to be out of the house and out of my way and not distracting me anyways. It's a lot different when you have kids. Christmas Eve takes on a different kind of family aspect, but during the day on Christmas Eve, before they were going to go to dinner with her family at their house, I don't see any problem with Scott going golfing or going fishing or doing something for himself. I don't think that's suspicious. She was pregnant, yes, but she was also a grown woman. She didn't need to be babysat by her husband. He didn't need to stay home and watch her to make sure she didn't, like, eat a crayon or poke her eye out. It was a 9-minute drive from the Peterson home to the warehouse that Scott Peterson rented to use to store his boat and also as a little office space.